This is the default date format. So whenever you enter the date, you'll have to enter the date in this format. For example, today's date, you'll have to enter it in this manner. You can always enter the date in some other format. That's not a problem. But this is the default date format in MySQL. If you want to enter the date in some other format, we'll discuss later. Maybe you prefer DDMMYY. But as of now, as of today, this is the default date format. So when you work today, please enter the date in this format. Actually, entering all 4 digits of year is optional. Even this is also allowed. You specify only the last 2 digits of year. This is also allowed. No problem. So when I enter today's date, I can enter 22. Not a problem. It will allow. But how does MySQL know whether this is 2022 or this is 1922? Are you getting me? How does MySQL know whether this is 2022 or 1922 or 1822? Well, the year values in the range 70 to 99 are converted to 1970 to 1999. ठीक है ना? And the year values in the range 00 to 69 are converted to 2000 and 2069. (1970) is the cutoff year.
So what if I want to write 1969?
You'll have to enter all 4 digits of year. Or in any case, 00 to 69 is taken as 2000. But if you want to enter 1969, you'll have to enter all 4 digits of year. It cannot be avoided.
Okay.
So for example, if I want to enter 4th of May 1969, I'll have to enter all 4 digits of year. Or if I want to enter our date of independence, 1947, August 15th, I'll have to enter all 4 digits of year. Because if I enter only the last 2 digits of year, it will take it as 2047. Which means abhi tak azadi nahi mili. Of course, according to Kangana, we got independence in 2014, but that's a different story. Relax, guys, chill. Shweta, are you here? Shweta,
Yes,
madam.
sir. Yes, sir.
Beta, I'm recording to the cloud. I don't know what it means. I mean,
Recording started, already started.
mere
Sir, you are a co-host, na?
acha. It goes to your cloud, not my cloud.
Yeah.
Otherwise, at night I'll have to email it to you.
No, sir, no need.
Oh, thanks, Shweta.
Yes.
Some of the boys have not installed Oracle as yet. They're having some error. Hello. Anyway, so this is clear, right? Now let me tell you a couple of things about date. Date arithmetic is allowed. Suppose I have two dates. I can subtract one date from another date. I can subtract one date from another date. Isn't that marvelous? I can subtract one date from another date. It returns the number of days. It returns the number of days between the two dates. No programming needed. Will you try this out later, Anirudh? Subtract one date from another date in MySQL and see what happens. You'll get the number of days between the two dates. No programming needed. I think that's a very cool feature. It saves you and me a lot of trouble. And don't worry whether the month is January or February, March or April, 30 days, 31 days. All that is taken care of by MySQL. It is as per the calendar. There are no assumptions that there are 30 days in a month. There are no assumptions that there are 365 days in a year, even leap years and all. Everything is taken care of. And I can directly subtract one date from another date. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And what can I tell you? Tell me, students, how is it so easy for MySQL to subtract one date from another date? What do you think is the logic internally? Since all of you know Java programming, if I ask you to subtract one date from another date, what would be your logic? How would you tackle this problem? Can anyone answer?
Number of days that have passed from the starting date till that date. Subtract the total number of days that have passed.
Yes, so how will you do it? What is the
Counting the number of days.
We will compare the year and then we will compare the month. And at the last, we will compare the date.
That's right.
In calendar cluster, there is some function named days, which returns the total number of days that has passed from some January, some particular year to that particular date. So we can use that for both the dates and subtract that value which is being returned.
In
So we will-
calendar,
So we will do the comparison.
see, don't tell me about calendar class. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ मेरे क्लास है. And in my class, my question is, what would your logic?
So we will compare the first year, and then we will compare the month, and at the last we will compare the date.
So Himanshu says we compare the year first, then the month, then the day. That is correct. But let me tell you how MySQL works internally. You must understand how MySQL works internally. You know, this is the range of dates which is supported. How does MySQL work internally? Internally, date is stored as a number. So 1st of Jan, 1080, internally is stored as 1. 2nd of Jan, 1080, internally is stored as 2. 3rd of Jan, 1080, internally is stored as 3. Today's date, 7th of May, 2022 AD, internally is stored as 1,456,852. Internally, date is stored as a number. And that is nothing but the number of days since 1st of Jan, 1080. So when I ask MySQL to subtract one date from another date, it simply subtracts one number from the other. Simple logic. It takes care of leap years and everything. देखो, internally, date is stored as a number. Internally, it is stored as a fixed length number. And it occupies 7 bytes of storage. So if anyone asks you what is the size of date, what is the size of date? 7 bytes of storage. Internally, date is stored as a number. The number of days since 1st of Jan, 1000. ठीक है? In Oracle, I can go up till BC. I cannot go up to Ramayana. I can go up to 4712 BC. So no problem in date. Enter the date of birth. Enter the order date, the delivery date. Just one thing I'll tell you about Oracle. This is the default date format in Oracle. DDMON. Month is spelled out as an abbreviation. Don't give January, February. Just give the first 3 letters. Again, 1970 is the cutoff year. Specifying all 4 digits of year is optional. But you will specify all 4 digits of year if you want to enter 1969. So 1970 is the cutoff year. Can anyone tell me why is 1970 the cutoff year? Why not 1950? Why not 1980? What is so great about 1970? जनरल नॉलेज पूछ रहा हूँ.
सर GMT टाइम जोन की वजह से
Unix founded in 1970.
That's right. Unix operating system was launched in 1970. Remember that. I'm telling you a bit of history. Unix was the first operating system which was available locally and commercially in the market. And Unix operating system was launched in 1970. All the programming languages came after 1970. पहले तो OS आएगा ना, बाद में programming language आएगा. So first Unix operating system was launched in 1970. All programming languages came afterwards. And therefore all the programming languages and all the softwares that came, they take 1st of Jan 1970 as the cutoff year. Because prior to that, computers did not exist. और बाद में किसी ने imagine भी नहीं किया कि I may want to store some historical data. But as a mark of respect, as a dedication, as a salute, even till this date, in all programming languages, in all softwares, even Oracle, 1970 is considered as the cutoff year. 1970 is known as the year of the epoch. It's known as the year of the epoch. So the year when Unix was launched. Windows and DOS and all that, Microsoft came afterwards. Linux तो बहुत बाद में है. No problem. Any questions? Ask me something. बच्चे लोग कुछ पूछते नहीं है. Come, I'll introduce you to the. Okay, so that was the date data type. Next, we have the time data type. Good one. Time data type. You can enter the time, HH, MM, SS, hours, minutes, and seconds. You know, like if I'm entering my attendance, I'll enter the time. We started the session at 2 o'clock. But I actually started speaking at 6 minutes after 2. Or you can enter HHA, MM, SS. This is the default time format. Why Triple H? Suppose I want to enter 100 hours. Don't take time so literally. Suppose I tell you that the time to travel from Mumbai to Pune is 5 hours, or 4 hours, or 3 hours. Or suppose I tell you duration of database module is 30 hours, 60 hours. Or I tell you duration of CDAC course is 800 hours. In that respect, I want you to understand the time. So the time values, the range, it may range from minus 838 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds to positive 838 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Any questions? So if you want to store the time, you can use the time data type.
So why only with 38, sir?
Why only 838?
Yes, sir.
See, internally, time is also stored as a number. It is int data type, integer. And the range of integer is this. Now, if you count the number of seconds from 1 second up till this number, ये इसमें adjust हो जाता है. You understood?
Yes, sir.
And that's why this range. But my favorite data type is the date time data type. Date and time is stored together. Date and time is stored together. So I can enter the year, the month, the day, and I can enter the hours, the minutes, the seconds also. I think that's a great feature here. Date and time is stored together.
Sir, in time, what does minus sign indicate?
Negative time.
Negative time in what sense, sir? I'm unable to-
Negative time in what sense? Anybody wants to answer what is negative time?
The time has passed.
Yeah, if you ask me what was the time 5 minutes ago, I'll tell you it was whatever. Yeah, so that's negative, no?
Okay, sir.
Or suppose I tell you that Himanshu solved the problem in 10 minutes and Vaibhav solved the problem in 5 minutes. So Himanshu time minus Vaibhav time will be 5 minutes. But Vaibhav time minus Himanshu time would be negative 5 minutes. Look at it in that respect. Just like speed. I'm 60 kilometers per hour, somebody is 50 kilometers per hour. So I'm 10 kilometers per hour faster, or that other person is negative 10 kilometers per hour behind me.
Okay, sir.
So the range of date time, as you can imagine, starting from 1st of Jan, 1000 AD, रात के 12 बजे 000000 to 31st December 9999 AD. This would be 1159. That is 235959. This is the range of date time. Also, the arithmetic is supported here. So I can take date time 1 minus date time 2. What will this give me? Returns the number of days, hours, minutes, and seconds. It's a great feature here. Date and time is stored together. Think about an attendance application. Date and time when you entered the office, date and time when you left the office. It helps me for my overtime calculation. Agreed, Himanshu? Date and time is stored together. You know, if you go to CTech Juhu, Himanshu, all the employees who work in CTech Juhu, na,
Yes, sir.
they don't enter their attendance manually. मैं employees की बात कर रहा हूँ. There is one machine, they put their fingerprint on it. So when they enter the office, सब लोग अंगूठा मार के अंदर आते हैं. And at the end of the day, when they leave from the office, again everybody gives a thumb impression and leaves the office. So date and time when you entered the office, date and time when you left the office. So you should check it out. So if you go to CTech, go there at 5:30 in the evening. At 5:29, you will see a line of 100 people. As soon as the clock turns 5:30, tak, 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 trrr, niklo. Yeah. And then we have a year data type. I don't see the need for this data type. It stores the year. And the range of year is 1901 to 2155. Okay. That is the range of year. Understood, Rohit?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Iron Man, Avengers. Okay. So let me tell you a few more things. Students, जैन थोड़ा सा हंसी मजाक चल जाता है ना. आप लोग बुरा तो नहीं मान लोगे ना?
नहीं सर चल जाएगा सर.
बिल्कुल नहीं सर.
बुरा मान भी लोगे तो क्या उखाड़ लो. Relax, I'm just kidding. Yeah, don't take it serious.
Trick question, bhai.
Epic.
Trick question.
That is the real point.
Yeah.
Sir,
चलो ये देखो मैं क्या दिखा रहा हूँ. I have EMP table. If you want to store 2156 in your data type, कौन है वो? He or she, who is it? Nayan. Nayan wants to store 2156 in your data type. Sweetheart, use int data type. Okay, Nayan? I hope I answered him. So I was saying I want to create EMP table. In EMP table, I want employee number rename. Sal, city, and date of birth. Speaking of MySQL, you can have maximum 4096 columns per table. Is that fine? In MySQL, you can have maximum 4096 columns per table. That's quite a lot, yeah. Isn't it? 4096 and काफी हो गया. बहुत ज्यादा हो गया. I've never seen anyone create a table with so many columns. Now somebody will ask, sir, why 4096? Why not 8192? Anyone wants to ask that question? अरे वाह, Captain America भी है. Why 4096? Do one thing. Send an email. contact@mysql.com. और उनको पूछो, भैया, why is this the upper limit? Why not 8,000? Why not 10,000? Why not 20,000? Don't ask me such questions. ये अंदर में क्या हो रहा है? Why is it like this? That's a common problem with Java programs. You can have maximum 4096 columns per table. ये देखो, Niket is cube of 16. I don't know यार. Oh, tell me, students, if I ask you to create a table with 1000 columns, would you recommend having 1000 columns in a table? Would you recommend having large number of columns in a table?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why? Huh? If that is my requirement, what is your problem? Are you saying that if your client wants 1000 columns, rather than creating 1000 columns in one table, would you suggest creating two tables with 500 columns each? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Then why create two tables with 500 columns here? मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, create 4 tables with 250 columns each. Would that be more efficient?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Seriously? तो एक काम करना. Why don't you create 8 tables with 125 columns each? Won't that be more efficient? एक काम करना, create 1000 bloody tables with one column. क्या बात कर रहे तुम लोग हैं? मेरे को बिलीव नहीं हुआ. यस सर कर रहे हैं सब लोग.
सर वो अभी बाइनरी सर्च करके आया ना सर.
If you require 1000 columns in one table, please create 1000 columns in one table. All your data is stored together in one place. Why do you want to scatter it across 4 tables, 5 tables, 100 tables? Later you'll have to write a join and all. Yeah, it will be so tedious. If MySQL is giving you this upper limit, kindly utilize it. I'm not saying you put all your data in one table. I'm not saying that. But as per client requirements, create as many tables as you want. But if the data is needed, then you please store it all in one place. Na? आपका resume आप एक फाइल में स्टोर करते हैं ना? Or do you put your name in one file, address in another file, email ID in a third file, educational qualifications in another file, programming language is known in some other file? Please utilize this limit. सच्ची में मैं कोई यकीन नहीं हुआ, ये उम्मीद नहीं थी मेरे FedEx. You create 2 tables, 4 tables, 8 tables. Huh? You can have 4096 columns per table, provided the row size does not exceed 65,535 bytes. That's the upper limit for row size. Please remember all these numbers. Huh? They come in your CDEC exams. If you need more columns, Rohit, create 2 tables. Then you don't have a choice. No?
Yeah.
I hope that answers you, Rohit.
Yes,
If
sir.
you require 4,100 columns, chal Rohit, आपको भी पूछता हूँ. If you require 4,100 columns, what would you recommend? Would you recommend 2 tables of 2,050 columns each?
Yes, sir.
अरे
नहीं सर, क्योंकि अपनी रेंज 4000 ही ना 4096.
हाँ. So if you require 4,100 columns, bhaiya, if you require 4,100 columns, please put 4,096 columns in one table and remainder 4 in another table.
Yes.
ठीक है?
Okay, sir. I think equally distributed होंगे.
Equally नहीं, जितना हो सके put it in one place. If you exceed the limit, then the remainder can be carried forward. This will teach you about life also. Put everything in one place. कुछ बचा तो remainder carried forward. And there's no limit on the number of rows per table. In MySQL, you can have 100 rows, 1,000 rows, billion rows, 100 crore rows. But your table size cannot exceed 64 terabytes. Okay? There's no limit on the number of rows per table, provided the table size does not exceed 64 terabytes. So obviously, if I require 100 terabytes of data, आप ही बताओ, if I require 100 terabytes of data, will you create 2 tables with 50 terabytes each? No.
Sir. No, sir.
We'll create one table with 64, remaining 36 in sec. Try to put all your data in one place. ये हो गई MySQL की बात. As far as Oracle is concerned, in Oracle there's no limit on table size. So obviously MySQL is not meant for someone like an Amazon.com, isn't it? You know the largest table in the world, which is the largest table in the world? I'll tell you. I have not seen it, but I have been told by reliable sources that the largest table in the world is the orders table of Amazon.com. And you know what is the size of this table? The size of this table is hundreds of terabytes daily. Imagine नहीं कर सकते. It's hundreds of terabytes daily. So obviously MySQL is not a solution for Amazon. No? You can't create a table every 2 hours here. So guess what does Amazon.com use? Oracle.
Oracle.
No limit on tables. But then of course you need to pay extra because Oracle is an expensive software. So chalo, let's get productive here. I want to create EMP table. I want to create EMP table. I want employee number. I want e-name. I want sal. I want city. I want date of birth. Start writing, please. EMPNO, I'll take it as care of 4. I'm taking EMPNO as care of 4. Why care of 4? Maybe my employee number is alphanumeric. है ना? Maybe all my Kharghar employees are K1, K2, K3 Jew employees are J1, J2, J3. Not a problem. Na? I take EMPNO as care of 4. 4 is the upper limit. E-name on the other hand, I'll take it as varchar of 25. Sal could be float. City could be varchar of 15. Date of birth is date. So I want to create EMP table. And this is the structure I have in mind. The command to create table. Are you ready? The command to create table. Create table, table name. Create table EMP. Open brackets. Comma, comma. Comma, comma. Close bracket, semicolon. That's it. Congratulations. You've created your first table. Is the command to create a table. No problem. This is SQL. Na? Create table is an SQL command. Listen. The command to create table. Create table, table name. Create table EMP. Open brackets. In brackets, you'll specify the structure, comma separated, close bracket, semicolon. Now, how will you go about the things? I'll tell you. Everyone has installed MySQL. You will connect to your database. You can use MySQL Workbench, or you can use MySQL command line client, whichever you prefer. And you will type this command. You'll get to see a message, table created. Once you create the table, it is permanent. It is permanent. Where does this table go? In your database, in your server, in the hard disk. If you're in CDAC Kharghar, it will go to first floor. In the database, in the server, in the hard disk, it is permanent. Tomorrow, if you don't want the table, you can drop it. This is permanent. Now, how to go about it? When you're actually typing this command, you can type it in uppercase, you can type it in lowercase. It doesn't matter. SQL commands are case insensitive. SQL commands are case insensitive. So type it anyhow. It doesn't matter. SQL commands are case insensitive. I think that's user friendly. Secondly, listen, these are regular brackets. Huh? Don't put your curly brackets. That's a common problem with Java programmers. They put curly brackets everywhere. Put regular brackets. Don't be fancy here. Secondly, what I was telling you is, when you're typing this command, you can type this command in one line. You can type it in 2 lines. You can type it in 3 lines. It doesn't matter. The semicolon at the end is end of command. This semicolon, it's known as delimiter. What's it known as? It's known as delimiter. It indicates end of command. It indicates end of command. So what was I saying? You can type your command in 1 line, type it in 2 lines, type it in 3 lines. It doesn't matter. I prefer to type my command in multiple lines. Why? Just to make it more readable. No other reason. Otherwise, if you have a table with 1000 columns, and if you type your create table command in 1 line, your create table command will go from CDAC Kharghar to CDAC Juhu. So please type it in multiple lines. Just to make it more readable. Because don't forget, software development is a team activity. You must have studied that earlier. So your command will be read by other programmers, by other developers. Try to make it more readable so that other people can understand clearly. Anyway, ho gaya. Table is created. What next? Next step, I want to insert the rows. if you want to insert the rows, we have to use insert statement. Let's have a look at insert statement. What is insert statement? DDL or DML, DCL or DQL, DTL or TCL?
DML sir.
DML.
Yes,
पढ़ के आए ना सब लोग बाद में
yes, sir.
10 खुश नसीब स्टूडेंट्स का वाइवा होगा आज. Starting with Mr. Manoj Deveda, who came late today, and Mr. Naeem, who's famous for his smile, it seems. I don't know. What is so famous about Naeem's smile? ये सीक्रेट है क्या?
No, sir, nothing.
हर घर का सीक्रेट है. स्माइल लोगों को घायल कर देता है. तेरी स्माइल मेरे लाइफ को बर्बाद कर दी. Love you. चल, let's see the insert statement. When am I want to insert a row into EMP. Start writing, please. I will say insert into EMP. Values. 1. Amit. 5,000. Mumbai. And date of birth. I'll explain it. Insert into table name. Insert into EMP. Values. In brackets, you specify the data. The order is important here. 1 will go inside EMP, no. Amit will go inside ENAME. $5,000 will go inside SAL. Mumbai will go inside city. And 3rd of June, 1990 will go inside date of birth. And that's how you insert a row in the table. As I mentioned, the order is important here. Left to right. 1 will go inside EMPNO. Amit will go inside ENAME. 5,000 will go inside SAL. Mumbai will go inside city. And 3rd of June will go in date of birth. Now, once again, when you're actually typing this command, you can type it in 1 line, you can type it in 2 lines, you can type it in 3 lines, it doesn't matter. Semicolon indicates end of command. I prefer to type it in multiple lines just to make it more readable. Secondly, you may type the command in uppercase, you may type the command in lowercase, it doesn't matter. Your command is case insensitive. But hang on a sec, your data is case sensitive. If I give Amit A capital, MIT small, it will save it exactly like that in the table. If I give Mumbai M capital, it will save it exactly like that in the table. Your data is case sensitive. Be careful here. If you forget how you have entered the name, you'll have a problem searching for it afterwards. Your data is case sensitive. Okay? And observe how I have given employer number. I'm giving employer number 1 here. I'm typing 1 in single quotes. Why? Because EMPNO is a char column. Even for ename, I've given Amit in single quotes. Why? Because it is varchar. Similarly for city. And even the date of birth. I'm giving 3rd of June in single quotes. You'll have to use single quotes. For salary for 5,000, for float, for integer, please don't give single quotes. So please remember that for char, varchar, date, time, use single quotes. Use single quotes. Use single quotes. And see how I'm entering the date. 3rd of June 1990. I told you this is the default date format in MySQL. If you're using Oracle, how will you enter? You'll enter 3rd of June 1990. You'll spell out June, first 3 letters, JUN. You'll have to get comfortable in both RDBMSs. Your exam will be on MySQL. But your interview will be on Oracle. So this is one way of inserting a row. As I said, the order is important here, left to right. Suppose you want to enter the data in some other order. Suppose you want to insert 2, 6,000. I want to insert King, Delhi. I want to enter the data in some other order. This will give me an error. It has to match with the table. But if you want to give the data in some other order, no problem. You specify the column names and you specify the corresponding values. And that's another way of inserting a row. Please write it. Nayan is a fan of Munjali, looks like.
Yes, sir. Not Munjali.
You want Munna to win?
Yes, Munna.
No, I want to win. Yeah.
I'm audible, sir.
देखते क्वीन क्या डिसाइड कर
सर मुन्ना ही जीतेगा
देखो
सर का फेवरेट कोणी वो भी तो जान लो
हाँ लाइट
Sir.
फीड बंद हो गया है anyway I'm wondering what I'll do after tomorrow here after the finale is over my life is no meaning what will I do
सर ईयर लॉक
सर यहाँ पे लॉक ऑफ कर दे
यहाँ पे लॉग आउट कर Chalo. I'm inserting into EMP. I've given the column names and I've given the corresponding values. You know what will happen here? 2 will go inside EMPNO. 6,000 will go inside SAL. King will go inside ENAME. Delhi will go inside city. And 14th of August, 1975 will go inside date of birth. And that's another way of inserting a row. Remaining points are same as earlier. Type it in uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter. Data is case sensitive. Type it in one line, type it in 2 lines, doesn't matter. Semicolon at the end, that indicates end of command. If I had a choice between these two insert statements, tell me students, which one is easier to write? First one or second one?
First one.
First one.
First one is easier to write. I agree. But which one is recommended?
Second.
According to client report.
इधर क्लाइंट किधर आ गया? हर चीज में क्लाइंट के नाम पे बिल फाड़ते तो वो क्लाइंट को पता है क्या इंसर्ट स्टेटमेंट? अगर क्लाइंट को इंसर्ट स्टेटमेंट पता है तो अपने पास क्यों आएगा
वो खुद कर
खाने के लिए? This is a common thing with CDAC students. As per user requirements. यूजर को देखा है क्या कभी? मैंने देखा है. Depends as per user. First, second one is recommended. Why the second one is recommended?
More readable.
Exactly, it's more readable. Imagine if you have a table with 1,000 columns here. Just by reading the insert statement, I can understand which value is going inside which column. It's more readable. Not to mention, it's more flexible, no? I can enter the data, I can enter the values in any order. It doesn't have to match with the table here. That's the second reason. There is a third reason why it is recommended, but we'll discuss that after a few minutes. But these are the two primary reasons. So don't take a shortcut here. Never mind if it's a bit tedious. The second one is recommended. Note down the next one, please. Insert into EMP. Employee number, SAL. 3,700. Observe over here. I'm specifying only two columns and the corresponding values. 3 will go inside EMPNO. 7,000 will go inside SAL. What about ENAME, city and date of birth, students?
Null.
Blank.
Blank, null. They will store null value. Null is not the same thing as blank space. Huh? It won't store a blank space inside ename. It will store null value. Do you know what is meant by null value? Blank space is having ASCII value 0. No. What is the ASCII value of blank space?
32.
32.
What is the ASCII value of null? 0.
0.
So let's be clear here. Let me tell you a couple of things about null value. Null means nothing. 0 means something. Blank space means something. Null means nothing. Special treatment given to null value in all RDBMS. Special treatment given to null value in all RDBMSs. Null is having ASCII value 0. Keep writing. Huh? Null is having ASCII value 0. Firstly, what is the special treatment we are talking about? Null value is independent of data type. Null value is independent of data type. What does that mean? I can insert null value for a char column. I can insert null value for int column. I can insert null value for date column. Not a problem. Null is a VIP. Null is independent of data type. Let me tell you one more significant point about null. Null value occupies only 1 byte of storage. Even if I insert null value for a char column, yesterday I told you char is fixed length, blank spaces are added on right hand side, special treatment given to null value. It occupies only 1 byte of storage. It won't be padded with blank spaces on right hand side. Null value occupies only 1 byte of storage. And see one more thing here. Null occupies only 1 byte of storage. But if I insert a null value for the last column, it won't take up any space. If I insert null value for the last 2 columns, they won't take up any space. If my row is ending with null values, all those columns will not take up any space. Because it is the end of row. But yes, if I enter a null value in between 2 columns, then it requires that 1 byte of storage, which works as a separator between employee number and sal. So what is recommended? those columns that are likely to have large number of nulls, where will you specify them? They should preferably be specified at the end of the structure to conserve on your hard disk space. It won't make a difference for 5 rows and 100 rows. But if I have 100 crore rows, that many crores of bytes can be saved just by putting the order of columns in a proper manner. Will you remember this? Let's write it. If the row is ending with null value, then those columns then it won't occupy any space. So the recommendation, this is a recommendation from MySQL. It's not a recommendation of Samir Dehadrai. It's a recommendation of MySQL. It's recommended that those columns that are likely to have large number of null values should preferably be specified at the end of the table structure to conserve on hard disk space. Most programmers ignore it. It makes a difference when you have large number of. Noted. May I rub it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Last three.
Sir, last statement.
You can, sir.
So this is one way of specifying null value. But if you want to use the first insert statement that we wrote, if you prefer this one, suppose you want to insert 4, Atul. This will give me an error. Not enough values. It won't allow. It won't allow. So either you specify the data for all the columns, or you specify the column names and the corresponding values. This will give me an error. But if you still want to make this work, If you still prefer to use this insert statement, then explicitly you will have to use the keyword null. 4 comma Atul, null, null, null. Then it will allow. Here when I specify 4 comma Atul, null, 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 it will insert 4 Atul, null, null, null. And of course, since I'm giving null value for the last 3 columns, they won't occupy any space. Fair enough. And that's another way of specifying null values. Please type null as I have shown by itself. Please don't give null in single quotes. Null is a command. Null is a reserved word. And that's another way of specifying null values. Please don't give null in single quotes. Huh? Otherwise, it will store the city as NULL. No problem. Insert statement. Anyone has a question? Ask me now.
Sir, last one repeat कीजिए. Null,
Last
null,
point.
null,
I
null.
said that if you want to insert null value for column, if you give this insert statement, if you insert 4 comma Atul, this will give me an error. Either you specify the column names and you specify the corresponding values, for example, this way. But if you've not done that, this will give an error. But if you still prefer to use this insert statement, no problem. Explicitly, you'll have to specify null, null, null. You'll have to specify the values for all the columns. Then it understands that for Atul, null, 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 the last 3 columns will store null.
Yes.
Sir,
Yes,
sir, does sorting happens automatically or is it takes values as we input it?
it takes values as we put it. There's no sorting happening here. So if you insert 4 first and 1 afterwards, it will take 4 first and 1 afterwards. कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Let me insert one more row since I'm into it. Insert into EMP 5 comma null 5000 null null. Just to round it off, let me insert a 5th row. 5 comma null 5000 null null. So what happens here? 5 null, 5000 null null. Obviously, null value between 2 values is 1 byte. Row ending with nulls is 0 byte. So no problem on insert statement. So just to recap, this first insert statement is easier to write, isn't it? Imagine having 100 columns. You'll have to give all the 100 column names. But the second one is recommended. 3 reasons. Firstly, it is more readable. Just by reading it, I can understand which value goes inside which column. Secondly, it is flexible. I can enter the data in any order. But more importantly, user requirements are always changing it. Look here, user requirements are always changing. And what is the change? The change is that in future, suppose I add a new column to the table. Suppose I add a commission column. In future, if I alter the table, if I add a commission column, all the programs which are using the first insert statement will give an error, not enough values. Whereas all the programs which are using the second insert statement, they will continue to work. They will simply put a null value for commission. So instead of modifying thousands of programs, all I need to do is write one new update statement and update the commission. So my software maintenance will be less. Agreed. Most programmers ignore it. But try to think long term. Each time I add a new column to the table, see, user requirements are always changing. And that's a good thing. That's what keeps us busy. That's what gives us work. उसके basis पे अपना घर चलता है. The user requirements are always changing. But each time you add a new column, do you want to modify thousands of programs which are inserting into EMP? Or do you want to make your life easier by using this insert statement? Initially, you need to put in more effort. You specify all the column names and values, but try to think long term. Each time I add a column, I don't want to update thousands of programs. People don't know how to make software these days. मोबाइल पे भी सॉफ्टवेयर है तो हर 2 दिन के बाद अपडेट अरे काय के लिए update? So in future, the benefit here is in future, if you alter the table, if you add a column, then you don't have to modify. You don't have to modify the existing insert statement. So don't take a shortcut here, please. Try to think long term. When I create a software application, it should last me for the next 100 years. And I'm not joking. It should last me for the next 100 years. Yeah? I'm not exaggerating. It should last me for the next 100 years. Any questions? So try to develop this habit when you insert a row, specify the column names. It's a good habit. You must inculcate it. Any questions?
सर इसमें इसको मॉडिफाई करना पड़ेगा ना इंसर्ट स्टेटमेंट को, किस टाइप से करेंगे इसको? वी आर यूजिंग सेकंड रिकमेंडेड मेथड.
नहीं तो this insert statement will continue to work. To update the commission, I need to write an update statement. So I will say update EMP, set commission equal to 10,000, where EMPNO equal to. That's how you'll update it. But we'll do this command separately later. All right.
There will be a separate column added, or this command will use for the commission.
You'll have to alter your existing EMP table and add a commission column. After adding the commission column, the commission, your existing insert statement will continue to work. You just need to write a new update statement to update the commission and put 10,000 here, or whatever may be a reasonable amount.
So in
Fine.
first case, why it will not work in first case?
In first case, it doesn't work because if you specify the insert statement in this manner, if you don't specify the columns, it gives an error because this has to match with the structure of EMP. The order is also important here. But if EMP table has 6 columns and you specify only 5 values, it will give an error of not enough values.
Yes, sir.
And that is why it is recommended that you specify the column names and the matching values so that आगे चल के कम ज़्यादा column हो गए, I don't have to worry about modifying the existing program.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Because I'm going to have thousands of programs which are inserting into EMP. If I add a new column tomorrow, I don't want to modify thousands of programs. No? I just want to write one new update statement and that will solve all problems.
Yes, sir.
Up till now, we were inserting one row at a time. But if you want to insert multiple rows in a table simultaneously using a single insert statement, I was expecting this question from one of you, but nobody asked. I inserted 5 rows, so I wrote 5 insert statements. But suppose I want to insert multiple rows using a single insert statement. Here's how you can do it. I can say insert into EMP values 1, Amit 5,000, Mumbai. And in this way, I can insert multiple rows, comma separate. No problem. So if I want to insert 4 rows at a time, 5 rows at a time,
अरे क्वेश्चन था
hmm,
सर, अभी तो यहाँ पे कॉलम 5 है, तो हम लोगों ने ये नल नल 2 बार यहाँ पे लिख दिया है, लेकिन अगर कॉलम होगा 1000 में हुए तो
हर एक के लिए नल नल स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेगा.
सही है, तो टाइम कंज्यूमिंग वाला प्रोसेस हो गया ना.
Yeah, but that is our job. That is our job. You want to write a C program or a Java program, or you want to write insert statement.
ओके सर.
This is our job.
So we can use
Otherwise, you
suggested
create, otherwise, Himanshu, otherwise you create your own software, जिसमें टाइम कंज्यूमिंग नहीं होगा. ये
Okay, sir.
अवेलेबल है, ये अवेलेबल है, इससे काम चलाओ, इतने पैसे में इतना ही मिलेगा. And that is our job. If you don't want to do it, I'll get someone else who can do it. But that is a fact, Himanshu. I have a table with 2000 columns. Well, you will take 3 days, 4 days to write the insert statement. You will write it, you will test it, you'll check that it's working okay. Your colleagues, your team members, they will check it, they will do the testing. It will go to your team leader. They will do the testing. It goes to the project manager. They will do the testing. It goes to the user. He will try it out. This is a part of the process यार.
ठीक है
ये तो
सर.
सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने में साल लग जाते हैं ना. ऐसे थोड़ी होता है 5 मिनट में प्रोग्राम लिखा. ये कोई सीडीआई का लैब एग्जाम नहीं है कि 1.5 घंटे में हो गया. 1.5 घंटा तो अपने को ऑफिस पहुंचने में ही लगता है ना. So this is one way of inserting multiple rows in a table simultaneously. And if you want to use the other insert statement that we talked about, you specify the column names and you specify the matching values. Right? Keep writing. So that's how you enter multiple rows using a single insert. This is recommended. So later when you're practicing at home, today, tomorrow, whenever, I'll give you some assignments. You need to create a table, insert 5 rows in it. Use the shortcut and insert 5 rows in one go. End of story. May I rub this? Finish writing.
Just a second, sir.
जल्दी करो.
Done, sir. Done.
Done. So next step, if you want to see the data, if you want to view the data, we have the select statement. And I can always say select star from EMP. If I say select star from EMP, output will come on the screen. I'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. I'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. And my output will be this, exactly as I have drawn it. I'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. No problem. At this point, I'm going to go online. In your case, you're using MySQL, you installed MySQL at home, use the command line client, you log in, you type your command, create table, or you can use Workbench, whichever you prefer. Which one you prefer, command line client or Workbench?
Command line thing.
Command line client. Some people prefer Workbench.
Workbench.
Whichever you prefer. And you can type the commands here. I am going to use Oracle. I have the latest version, 21C, and I'm going to use this. I hope everyone can see the screen clearly. The only reason why I'm using Oracle is because it is more readable here. Otherwise, in online training, you will not be able to read what I'm typing. Because in your MySQL command line client, you can't set the font. In Workbench also, I cannot set the font. But in Oracle, I can set the font and color. So I'm not being any partiality here. It's just that the command is anyway the same. How does it matter? I don't have to waste time in creating any tables. I've already created some sample tables. I'd like to show them to you. For starters, I will say select star from EMP. You'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. Let me introduce you to my EMP table. I'm going to use this for the next 2 weeks. I have employee number, I have ENAME, I have job, I have hire date. This is date of joining. See the default date format. I told you Oracle the default date format is slightly different. Get used to it. I have a sal column, a commission column. Have a look at commission column. There are lots of null values here. Everyone doesn't get commission. Only salesman gets commission. Can you make out? Only salesman gets commission. Manager does not get commission. Only salesman gets commission. And I have department number. So that's my EMP table. I'd like to show you one more table. I have a department table also. Please write it. Don't stop writing. I will not stop typing. You will not stop writing. Here I'm saying select star from department. I have a department table. Let me show it to you. Select star from department. See the screen. In department table, I have department number, DNAME and location. I have department number 10. DNAME is accounting. Location is New York. 20, 30, 40 and so on. I want you to compare my department table with EMP table. See the screen. Compare my department table with EMP table. I want you to observe that department number column is common in both the tables. So when I say that King belongs to department number 10, it means he belongs to accounting New York. Agreed?
Yes.
Or when I say that
Yes,
Blake,
sir.
when I say that Blake belongs to department number 30, it means he belongs to sales Chicago. So this is the common column in both the tables. So here I am saying select star from EMP. Now, here when I say select star from EMP, what happens? I'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. Now listen. I have 14 rows in my table. I have 8 columns in my table. Understand how it works internally. Let's talk about CDAC Kharghar. Huh? Let's talk about CDAC Kharghar. This is your database. This is your server. I'll assume that this is your server hard disk. Your EMP table is located here. Where? In database, in server, in the hard disk. I have 8 columns. I have 14 rows. That's where my EMP table is located. I'm speaking about Kharghar. Right now you are at home. For you, server and client is same machine. But life में कभी खारबर गए तो देख लेना. This is your database. This is the server. This is the hard disk. Where will you be sitting? You will be sitting in the lab. In CDAC Kharghar, the lab is open till 3 a.m. Is that correct, Shweta? She is not here. In CDAC Kharghar, the lab is open till 3 a.m. The students are sitting late at night practicing. So my machine is the client machine. From my machine, I'm going to connect to the database. And I'm going to type this command. Which command? Select star from EMP. I will type this command. I will type this command. Now listen. With the help of network, we have a network connection. There's a local network in Kharghar. When I type this command, with the help of network, my select statement, it goes to server. Once my select statement has reached the server, where does it go? It goes to server RAM. It goes to server RAM. Let me assume that this is the server RAM. This is the server RAM. What happens after my select statement has reached the server RAM? I'm saying select star from EMP. I hope you're drawing this. Once my select statement has reached the server RAM, 4 things are going to happen. MySQL is going to read my select statement. Then it's going to compile my select statement. Then it's going to make a plan how to execute my select statement. And then it executes my select statement. Keep writing. Shweta, the lab is open till 3 a.m. or 2 a.m.
Early morning, 2 or 3.
Hey,
Depending
Bob.
on the student.
Upon students. And have you stayed in the hostel or you used to commute daily?
Yes, sir. Pardon?
You stay in the hostel in Kharghar?
No, sir. At home.
Acha, you're a local from Mumbai?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Copperkent.
I
Navi
see.
Mumbai.
So that's Kharghar is close to you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Nice. But I'm sure you must have gone into the hostel, right? With your friends.
Yes, sir.
वहां पे घूम किया होगा अपने टाइम पे. Finish writing, students. Let me explain it. Listen carefully. I am saying select star from EMP. What happens when I say select star from EMP? With the help of network, my select statement goes to server. It goes to server RAM. Once my select statement has reached the server RAM, 4 things are going to happen. Firstly, it will read it, then compile it, then plan, then execute. Let's understand this. First of all, it's going to read it. So how does it read? Select blank space, star blank space, from blank space, EMP semicolon. The moment it encounters the semicolon, it will stop reading because semicolon indicates end of command. Step number 2, it's going to compile it. You know what this means? It will convert this to machine language. It will convert this to 101010. Step number 3, it's going to make a plan. How to execute the select statement. How to execute the select statement? Go to server hard disk and search for EMP table. Once it has found my EMP table, what will it do? I'm saying select star from EMP, right? So all the rows, all the columns, they will be brought into the RAM. And then it will send the output back to my machine. It will send the output back to my machine. And I will see the output on the screen. And I will see select star from EMP. And I'll get to see all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. This is how it works internally. Even if I type the same select statement again, read it, compile it, make a plan, execute. Even if I type the same select statement again and again, even if I type this select statement 100 times, each time, read it, compile it, make a plan, execute. You cannot make an EXE here. You know what is EXE?
So executable file.
Executive.
Exactly. I cannot make an executable file here, unlike other programming languages. Even if I type the same select statement 100 times, each time, read it, compile it, make a plan, execute. You might say that this is inefficient. Yes, it is. I agree. If you think it's going to be slow, yes, it is. I agree. Don't like it, don't use it. कोई जबरदस्ती है नहीं. Write a C program, write a Java program. This is the way it is. We cannot change it. Later on, I'll show you how to make an EXE indirectly. But as of now, this is the way it is. So here I'm saying select star from EMP. This star symbol, it's known as a meta character. It's known as a meta character. And what it means is, it means all columns. That's what it means. It means all columns. So here when I say select star from EMP, what's going to happen? It will show me all the rows, all the columns of EMP table. It's known as a meta character. Suppose you want to see only certain columns. I don't want to see all the columns. If you want to restrict the columns, no problem. I can always select employee number, comma, e-name from EMP. Keep writing. Even if you know SQL, no problem. Write it. Select employee number, comma, e-name from EMP. I will get to see employee number and e-name. Here, when I select employee number, comma, e-name, see the screen, see the output. I'll get to see employee number, e-name. I'll get to see all the 14 rows, but only these two columns. I'll get to see all the rows, all the 14 rows, but only these two columns. Now, coming to the working. When I select employee number, comma, e-name, how does this work internally? When I select employee number, comma, e-name, how does this work internally? I want to see employee number, e-name. Tell me, students, is the entire table brought into the RAM?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. Only specific.
That would be inefficient, no? That will be inefficient. So what happens? Go to server hard disk, search for EMP table, only employee number, e-name, only these two columns, they are brought into the RAM. The searching takes place in server hard disk. That's important. The searching takes place in database server hard disk. The searching takes place in database server hard disk. That's important. If the entire table is to be brought into the RAM and then it's going to search for employee number, e-name, that would be very inefficient. The searching takes place in server hard disk and only these two columns, only these 14 rows, they are brought into the RAM and then the output is returned to my machine. The output is returned to my machine. Huh? I cannot have a situation where I type the select statement and output goes to Himanshu's machine. I can't have a situation where Gopal types a select statement and output goes to Akshay's machine. That MySQL takes care of. I have given the command, output will be sent to my machine, to my IP address. अंदर में क्या हो रहा है वो सब छोड़ना. This is how it works. No problem. This is how we can restrict the columns. Write down one more select statement. Select department number job, ename sal hire date from EMP. So here we are. I'm selecting department number job, ename sal hire date from EMP. You know what's going to happen? Go to server hard disk, search for EMP table. I want to see department number job, ename sal hire date. These 5 columns, they are brought into the RAM, and then the output is returned to my machine. The important thing here is processing is on server. Nothing is happening on my machine. Compare this with DBMS. Remember what we did yesterday? Suppose I'm using Excel. Compare this with DBMS. In Excel, what happens? The whole file will come from server to client. Processing on client machine. That will be slow, that will be expensive. My network traffic is high. Here what happens? Everything is in server, processing in server. Compiling, planning, execution is in server and searching is in server hard disk. So I'm selecting department number job, ename cell hire date. See the screen. I'm selecting department number job, ename cell hire date. So output, department number job, ename cell hire date. The important thing here is the position of column in select statement will determine the position of column in the output. This you will write. This is where the user is involved. This depends. This we will write as per user requirements. Ask the user which column you want to see first, which column you want to see second, which column you want to see third, and accordingly, you will write the select statement as per user requirements. यहाँ पे the user is involved. Write down the position of columns in select statement will determine the position of columns in the output. This you will write as per user requirements. So ask the user. User has to tell you, you can't assume anything. Until the user tells me explicitly, I will not write S for select statement. Why should I? I will assume certain things, then the user will say, I want to see name first, I want to see sal last. कौन time waste करेगा? Rewrite the select statement. Double हजामत. काय के लिए? Ask the user. You know, in my Sibyl call center application, My team has written more than 8 lakh select statements. Imagine कर सकते हैं? They have written more than 8 lakh select statements. यहाँ बॉम्बे में when Deloitte wanted to purchase the software, we told them these are the 8 lakh select statements. Tell me which column you want to see first, which column you want to see second. बोला मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है. पागल हो गया वो डिलॉइट वाला. 8 लाख सिलेक्ट स्टेटमेंट देखेगा क्या वो? जिंदगी निकल जाएगी उसकी. Which column you want to see first, which column you want to see second. ऐसे ठीक है मत ले तू. Because once I give him the software, he will ask me to make changes. मेरी जिंदगी निकल जाएगी as per user requirements. मैं कहा मत ले, नहीं चाहिए ऐसे फालतू. डेलॉइट वाले भी ना सही में इधर ही है, लोअर परेल, इंडिया बुल्स. If you have been to Mumbai, then you know where that is. Deloitte wale. Okay, so that's how you can restrict the columns. Now, suppose you want to restrict the rows. How to restrict the rows? Suppose I want to see only certain rows. If you want to restrict the rows, we have something known as the where clause. This is one of the options that comes with select statement. We have where clause. So as an example, I will say select star from EMP, where department number equal to 10. क्या हुआ गोपाल, थक गए? अभी तो बहुत लिखना है बेटा, बाद में प्रोग्राम्स भी लिखने.
स्पीचिंग कर रहा था.
संतुनु को बोल पीछे में अवेंजर्स है ना, थोड़ा जादू देगा वो, थोड़ा हाँ जादू देगा, थोड़ा शक्ति देगा, थोड़ा मंत्र पढ़ाएगा.
और रख
यहाँ पे
दो.
काफी फैंस है अवेंजर्स के.
हाँ सर. यस सर.
सबसे बड़ा रोहित. लेकिन रोहित तेरे अवेंजर्स में आयरन मैन के साथ वो बगल में सैफ अली खान लग रहा है मेरे को.
सर सब लोग बोलते हैं उसे.
सब यही बोलते हैं.
अच्छा सर, आई एम नॉट द फर्स्ट वन ना.
नो सर. यू
मेरे
आर.
को भी पूरा सैफ लग रहा था. मैं कहा सैफ के बाजू में तो करीना होनी चाहिए, ये कहाँ से आ गई?
तो कार्टून की वजह से वो दिखता है सर.
Pratik, what's your background? What is this group of people here? Is this some agitation or something? What is it?
No, sir. It's a meme.
Acha, it's a meme. Okay.
Yes, explain it. Pratik, explain it.
हाँ, please explain. भैया
Yes, Pratik.
हमने देखा.
हाँ.
प्रतीक को पिन किया जाए.
प्रतीक को पिन किया जाए. Yes, right.
नॉनवेज मीम है क्या?
प्रतीक ने एक्सप्लेन किया सर, तो वो प्लेसमेंट नहीं होगी उसकी.
अच्छा वैसा भी है. ओके.
नोटबंदी के समय का.
ये देखो मीम देखना है तो YouTube पे जाना है. वो पाकिस्तान वाली चाची है ना, उसका देखना. फिर पता चलेगा सीडेक में क्या हुआ.
नहीं सर, एक बार ये देख लो आप.
ये वाला मीम आपको देखना चाहिए सर.
हाँ तो डाल ना, चैट में डाल.
लिंक डाल चैट में. लिंक
भेज.
रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दो कोई.
प्रतीक ने कैमरा बंद कर दिया।
अच्छा चल बाद में।
शर्मा गया लड़का।
घबरा गया, शर्मा नहीं गया।
आई नो। बाकी हिमांशु का बहुत सारे मॉन्स्टर्स है बैकग्राउंड में। स्कूबी डू है।
स्कूबी डू है।
प्रतीक ने बैकग्राउंड ही चेंज कर दिया।
ये तो मेरे को देख, सीधा साधा शरीफ आदमी, बैकग्राउंड है ही नहीं मेरा, और जो है वो छुपा रहा हूँ। छुपाने के लिए है क्या अपने पास? बस अपनी गरीबी है। और कम
चाय पानी।
आपका बैकग्राउंड सबसे तगड़ा है इसमें।
let me explain this. I'm saying select star from EMP. Because I'm saying select star from EMP, I will see all the columns. But here I'm saying where department number equal to 10. I'll get to see only those rows where department number equal to 10. Only those rows where department number equal to 10. There is Sanket, ऐसा sharp मत दे सबको. See the screen, see the output. Select star from EMP where department number equal to 10. Let's see which rows are there. These all rows are there where department number equal to 10. 3 rows are present. This 2 out here is the line number. Huh? Don't get distracted by this 2 out here. When I type the command multiple lines, the line numbering comes automatically. Again, so ignore that. Coming to the working. How does this work internally, students? On my computer, I'm going to type this select statement. Moreover, I will type this select statement. What happens when I type this select statement? It will go to server. It goes to server app. Once my select statement has reached the server app, read it, compile it, plan it, execute it. Coming to the execution, go to server hard disk, search for EMP table. Search where department number equal to 10. Where does the searching take place? In server hard disk. The searching takes place in server hard disk. Searching takes place in server hard disk. So only these 3 rows, they are brought in the server app. Of course, all 8 columns will be brought. All 8 columns will be brought, but only these 3 rows. It's not like the whole table is brought in the RAM and then it will search for department number equal to 10. That will be inefficient. Searching takes place in server hard disk. And only these 3 rows, they are brought into server RAM. So here I'm saying by department number equal to 10. Let's take another example. Keep writing. I can say where sal greater than 2000. Where sal greater than 2000. What will happen? I will see all the rows where sal is greater than 2000. Let's find out where sal greater than 2000. So many rows are present. Sal greater than 2000. 6 rows are there. Sal greater than 2000. In both these examples, equal to 10, greater than 2000, these are known as relational operators. They are known as relational operators. I can use greater than equal to, less than equal to. This is not equal to. I can use this or I can use this. And the last one is equal to. Please write all the relational operators. Note down the list. It is slightly different from your Java programming.
Excuse me, sir.
Hmm.
If there is no cell below 2000 in the table, and if we write where cell less than 2000, it will
Output will be
go.
nothing. It won't give an error. Output will be nothing. No rows select. You'll get a blank output.
Okay.
Sir, this will also in case of if table is not present.
No, if table is not present, then you'll get an error that table does not exist.
Okay.
But if our select statement does not return any rows, for example, if I say select star from EMP, if I say where sal is greater than 1 lakh, I don't have any rows sal greater than 1 lakh. Output is nothing. But if I say select star from EMPP, if the table is only not there, I'm going to get an error. The table does not exist. So in this case, this is my fault. I have not written the select statement properly. This is not my fault. The user is searching for something which is not there. That's his problem. This is my fault if I have not written the select statement properly. So we have greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. This is not equal to. For not equal to, you can use exclamation equal to, or you can use less than, greater than. You may use either of the two. And of course, the last one is equal to. Over here, if you have a lengthy select statement with lots of relational operators, then your precedence will be this only, exactly as I've shown it. You know what is meant by precedence, no? First, the greater than is evaluated, then the greater than equal to, then the less than equal to, and so on. That would be your precedence. That would be your hierarchy of execution, exactly as I've shown it. So I guess you guys know what all this means. So let's move on. Same thing in Oracle, same thing in MySQL, huh? No change. If there is any difference, I will point it out. Otherwise, the same thing will work in both the places. Moving on, keep writing. Just now we have seen sal greater than 2000. Have a look. Sal greater than 2000. These rows are present. Sal greater than 2000. Here, I can say sal greater than 2000 and sal less than 3000. You know what will happen? Sal greater than 2000 and sal greater than 3000 will show me between 2 and 3000. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
देऊन टाका पटापट.
Yes, sir.
जलगांव वाले sal greater than 2000 and sal less than 3000 will show me all the rows. Sal is between 2 and 3,000. Here both the conditions should be satisfied. Let's find out who all is there between 2 and 3,000. See the output. Over here, 2,000, 3,000 will not come in the output. If you want 2,000 and 3,000 to come in the output, how would you do it?
Less than
Equal to, less than,
Greater
more
than
than,
equal to greater than equal to.
more than.
Correct, correct. You'll have to say greater than equal to 2,000, less than equal to 3,000. Over here, I'm using AND. Uppercase, lowercase doesn't matter. Type it anyhow. AND is a logical operator. Please note down your logical operators. You can use NOT, you can use AND, you can use OR. You all know logical operators, na? If AND is present, both conditions have to be satisfied. If OR is present, either of the two conditions has to be satisfied. If NOT is present, neither of the two conditions needs to be satisfied. Even over here, if you have a lengthy select statement with lots of logical operators, your precedence will be this only, exactly as I have shown. Precedence will be this, exactly as I have shown. You know what this means. If I say department number equal to 10 or SAL greater than 2,000 and SAL less than 3,000, what has a higher priority? And so first, MySQL will consider this condition. Whatever is the result of this condition, then it will do logical OR with department number equal to 10. That is by default. And if you want to change the precedence, how will you change the precedence, students?
Interchange the statement.
How to change the precedence?
Put brackets.
Exactly. That's right. You'll have to use brackets. Use brackets. Anything that you specify inside brackets, that will have a higher priority. Afterwards, not and or will take over. So I guess you know your logical operators. Finish writing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So then let me test your logic. Let me test the logic of CDAC Mumbai Java programmer. If I say SAL greater than 2,000 and SAL less than 3,000, we saw the output, we saw the result. These three rows are there. You tell me, students, over here, Instead of and, suppose I put or, what will be the output?
They will check only one condition.
Greater than 2000.
Greater than 2000.
Greater than 2000.
First condition check करेंगे.
This condition is satisfied, then it will not
What
check.
will be the output?
Greater than 2000.
Greater than 2000.
Greater than
All
2000.
cases show करेंगे.
गलत जवाब.
It will print same.
Same. अरे भैया
Same
and not में
less than
फर्क है ना.
2000. और
I'm asking you a very basic question. First standard का question है.
Sir, it will print the whole table.
Exactly. Output will be all the rows.
Whole table, yes.
Greater than 2000 or less than 3000 will show me all the rows, isn't it? See the screen. Output is all 14 rows. Greater than 2000 or less than 3000 will show me all the rows. It's an
But
app.
5000 is somehow 5000 भी दिख रहा है.
है ना 5000 है ना. Greater than 2000 है ना.
हाँ, okay.
Greater than 2000 or less than 3000 will show me all the rows. This is an absolutely useless select statement. If I want to see all the rows, I might as well say select star from EMP. Why to go to server hard disk, do all that searching and all, and end up returning all the rows? It's like saying where city equal to Mumbai or city not equal to Mumbai. यानी सीधा बोलना पूरा कंट्री आ जाएगा उसको. Very good. Chalo. So I guess we need to practice a bit on logical operators. Let's see some more examples. You need to be an expert in SQL. Huh? नहीं तो एंट्री नहीं मिलेगा कंपनी में. Select star from EMP where job equal to manager. Write down where job equal to manager. Here I'm saying where job equal to manager. I'll get to see all the rows where job equal to manager. The important point here is job is a character column. You'll have to give manager in single quotes. It cannot be avoided. For char, varchar, even for date, time and date time, we have to use single quotes. Let's have a look. Job equal to manager. Let's see how many managers are there. 3 rows are there. These are the managers. Blake, Clark, Jones. Now, students, let me tell you one big difference between Oracle and MySQL. In Oracle, my queries are case sensitive. Since I'm using Oracle, see the screen, I'm using Oracle. If I enter job in lowercase, if I enter manager in lowercase, what happens? Output is nothing. Are we clear? Queries are case sensitive in Oracle. Let me make myself clear. Command is not, query is case sensitive. If I compare this with MySQL, in MySQL, queries are case insensitive. In MySQL, queries are case insensitive. So in MySQL, if you type the same select statement, you will not have a problem. It will return manager. But in Oracle, we do have a problem. The queries are case sensitive. So tell me one thing, students. Which one is more user-friendly, Oracle or MySQL?
Oracle.
MySQL.
This is user-friendly. I don't have to remember how I had given the job in uppercase or lowercase. MySQL is user-friendly. How can you say Oracle is user-friendly?
Sir, but if we have some other, like, because we are putting our inputs in case sensitive manner in MySQL, and if you want to search those data, then it won't give exact answer. It will give both the answers.
Correct.
That is a drawback.
That is a drawback. So for starters, even if I make mistake with one letter, uppercase or lowercase, it says no row selected. So Oracle is not user-friendly. This is user-friendly. This is not user-friendly. But for the student who raised the question कि मैंने manager upper case में दिया तो मेरे को lower case वाला नहीं दिखना चाहिए. Does that happen? When I go to Flipkart and search for company name equal to Samsung, uppercase, lowercase, does it really matter? I want it to be user-friendly. I hope that answers you. कि नहीं मेरे को Samsung S capital चाहिए. AMSUNG lowercase चाहिए. So Oracle is not user-friendly. But which one is more secure here?
Oracle.
Obviously, no?
Oracle.
When it comes to username, password, I want it to be case sensitive here. Uppercase, lowercase matters. So this is more secure. This is less secure. So what do you prefer? You prefer security or you prefer user-friendly?
Security.
Abhi bol na. As per user requirements. As per user requirements. It's true. It is as per user requirements. But if I had to choose user-friendly or security, I would prefer security. And then if I want to make it user-friendly, there are ways to do it by using upper lower functions. Now, moving on.
Sir, manager is a data here, no? So data is
Yes.
in data is not case sensitive in both the cases now. If manager is data.
See, first of all, command is case insensitive. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Secondly, data is case sensitive. When I insert the row, if I enter manager in uppercase, it will save it exactly like that in the table. Question is whether my searching is case sensitive or not, whether my queries are case sensitive or not. That depends whether I'm using Oracle or MySQL. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes. That's
Cool. So here we are saying job equal to manager. Now let me test your logic once again. Job equal to manager is fine. You tell me, if I say job equal to manager or job equal to clerk, what will be the output?
The ones with manager and clerk.
Manager and clerk.
Both will
Only
appear.
manager.
Both will come. Na?
Both will print.
Both will come. I'll get to see all the managers as well as all the clerks. See the screen. Both are coming. Managers are also coming. Clerks are also coming. But you tell me, instead of or if I put and here, what will be the output?
Not possible.
No rows selected. Output will be nothing. Job cannot be manager and clerk at the same time for a particular row. Output of this will be nothing. It won't give an error. This is a problem in my logic. Output will be nothing. So please be careful with your logical operators. You should know which one to use when. Done.
Yes, sir.
Chalo. Let's see some more stuff. Or shall we take a break?
ब्रेक सर
ब्रेक लेते हैं सर.
15 minutes.
सर थोड़ा बढ़ सकते हैं break?
क्या करेंगे यार? Shweta, can you please pause the recording?
Yes, sir.
यस सर
हो गया आपका? So let's continue with SQL. Can we start the recording?
it is started
Already started. So here I am. Note down the next select statement. Let me select ename cell from EMP. Suraj, select ename cell from EMP. I think everybody has a story to tell. Nothing new out here. I'm selecting ename cell. Let's see what happens. I'm selecting ename cell. Output is ename and cell. Nothing new out here. Everyone knows how this works internally. I will type my select statement on my computer. My select statement will go to server. It goes to server RAM. System will read it, compile it. It will make a plan. It will execute. Coming to the execution. What is the first thing that happens? ename and sal is brought into the RAM. So go to server hard disk, search for EMP table. ename and sal is brought into the RAM. These two columns are brought into the RAM. You know, when these two columns are brought into the RAM, it will put this into an array. It will put this into an array. You guys know what an array is, no? All you Java people. It will put this into an array. It will put this in a 2D array. It will put this in a 2-dimension array. And then the output is returned to my machine. And I'll get to see ename sal. Output will come on the screen. Now here is the thing. When I select ename and sal, I can select sal multiplied by 12. Please write it. I'm selecting sal multiplied by 12. Over here, the star symbol has a different meaning. Over here, the star symbol is multiplication. Assuming that sal is the monthly sal. Assuming that sal is the monthly sal, sal multiplied by 12 will show me the yearly sal. I'll get to see the annual sal. So how does this work? See the screen, see the output. Ename sal, sal multiplied by 12. Gopal, see the screen. I will see sal multiplied by 12. I can see yearly sal. Coming to the working. Main thing is the working. How does this work internally? Go to server hard disk, search for EMP table. Inside the EMP table, it will search for ename sal. After finding ename and sal, it will bring this into the RAM. After bringing this into the RAM, what will MySQL do next? It will go inside a for loop. It will calculate sal multiplied by 12. If you had to do a program, if you had to write a program to do this, your logic would be similar. You'll create an array. You'll create a 2D array. You will store ename and sal over there. Then you'll go inside a for loop. You will calculate sal multiplied by 12. And it will send the response back to my machine. And I'll get to see the output on my computer. The important thing here is all this calculation, sal multiplied by 12, everything is happening in server RAM. Nothing is happening on my computer. I just type the select statement and see the output. The processing is in server RAM. Fair enough. Over here, I'm saying sal multiplied by 12. Over here, this multiplication symbol has another meaning. It's an arithmetic operator. It's an arithmetic operators. Please note down your arithmetic operators. We have brackets. This is division, this is multiplication, this is addition, this is subtraction. Brackets are used for grouping. Even over here, the precedence will be this, exactly as I've shown. You understand what this means? If I say 2 plus 3 into 5, what will it do? First the multiplication, then the addition. So what will this give me? It will give me 17. If you want to change the precedence, how to change the precedence? Use brackets. That will have a higher priority. That will be executed first, and I will get 25. But I guess you know all this.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Done, may I rub this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Over here, when I say sal into 12, you see this sal multiplied by 12, it's not a column of EMP. This sal multiplied by 12, it's known as a computed column. Its value has been calculated with the help of expressions, with the help of formula. It's known as a computed column. It's also known as a derived column. You see, this is not a column of EMP table. It's also known as fake column. Just because I'm using select statement doesn't mean that it's a column of EMP. It's a fake column. It's also known as pseudo column. Try to remember all these terms, because all these terms are used in the industry. You see, computed columns are never saved in the table. Look here. If I say select star from EMP, look here. If I say select star from EMP, if I'm storing the monthly sal in the table, there's no point storing the yearly sal in the table. No? That would be a wastage of hard disk space. As and when required, I can select sal multiplied by 12 and I can see the yearly sal. So please remember that computed columns we shall not save in the table. That's a wastage of hard disk space. Isn't it? As and when required, we can select sal into 12 and see the yearly sal. Now here when I select sal multiplied by 12, see the output. In the output, my column heading is sal into 12. What you select is what you get. If you want to make this more user-friendly, suppose you want to see a column heading of yearly sal or annual sal. What we can do is, next to this sal multiplied by 12, as in double quotes, I will say annual. So in the output, for sal multiplied by 12, I will say user-friendly column heading of annual. This concept, it's known as an alias. It's only for display purposes. It's only for presentation purposes. It's only for cosmetic purposes. Other than that, it is of no use. It's only for display purposes. I hope you're writing, Shantanu.
Yes, sir. Typing.
It's known as an alias. Say it after me, alias. It's not alias, it's alias. It's alias. Communication is important. It's known as alias. So have a look. I'll demonstrate it. See the output. I will get to see user-friendly column heading of annual. Just for display purposes. No other purpose. So how does this work internally? Ename and sal is brought into the RAM. After getting this into the RAM, it will calculate sal multiplied by 12. And after it has gone inside the for loop, after it has calculated all the sal multiplied by 12 and everything, after all this is done, the alias will be generated. So that is step number 3. The alias will be generated. You must understand how it works internally, because after you understand how it works internally, then we can discuss more advanced things, such as how to make it work faster, how to make it more efficient, and so on. It's known as alias. Now here when I specify an alias of annual, this keyword as is optional here. It doesn't serve any purpose here. It's optional. And since it is optional, I prefer not to type it. 2 letters, less I have to type. My work is reduced. It will improve the health of my fingers. The life of keyboard will also increase. 2 बार और मैं दबा सकता हूँ. So the keyword as is optional. As is ANSI SQL. If you want to follow the ANSI standard strictly, some companies do that. Then you type as over here. But I don't care about ANSI standard. So I prefer not to type it, especially since it doesn't serve any purpose. Done. In fact, see the screen. If you want, I'll demonstrate it. Today I'm demonstrating almost all the commands. From tomorrow, I won't waste time in demonstrating everything. Try it out on your own later. So it's working. I can see annual. एक और चीज दिखाता हूँ. First you write it. You know something? Even the double quotes is optional. Even the double quotes is optional. Even if I don't use the double quotes, it still works. See the screen. But what is your observation?
कैपिटल हो गया सर.
Hmm?
एनुअल स्मॉल में
I can't hear you.
एनुअल स्मॉल केस में था वो कैपिटल.
Ah, that is the observation. I have given annual in lowercase, but in the output it comes in uppercase. So the point I want to make is, using the double quotes is optional. Using the double quotes would be compulsory if you want to make it case sensitive. Otherwise, by default, it comes in uppercase. Moreover, if you have a blank space in the middle, you want an alias of annual salary, then I don't have a choice. I'll have to use double quotes. Are we clear? When the double quotes is optional and when it is compulsory?
Yes, sir.
yes sir.
Please write each and every command. Please write everything I say. It all looks very easy on the screen. Problem comes after 6 months. You won't remember it. Finish writing? Now, couple of more points. If you see my original select statement, over here the double quotes is optional. In any case, it comes in uppercase. But my recommendation, would you like to hear my recommendation? What has 36 years of experience taught me? My recommendation is, even though it's optional, it's recommended that you should always use the double quotes. It's recommended that you should always use the double quotes. It immediately stands out that this is the computed column and that is the alias for it. That's my suggestion. Rest up to you and depends which company you're working in. I would recommend that you should always use double quotes just to make it more readable. And you are not restricted that you specify alias only for computed column. You can specify alias for regular column of table also. I can specify alias for regular column of table also. Just for display purposes. I'm not renaming the column. Column को rename करना है, उसके लिए अलग command है. This is just for display. So ename will have a heading of EMP name. Sal will have a heading of salary. Annual has a heading of annual. That is sal into 12. Understood, Gopal?
Yes, sir.
Tom and Jerry. Who else do we have? There's Dishi, there's Tushar, there's Vaishnavi, there's Kaustubh. Pratik, what's new here? What is new in life, Pratik? Besides your background? वो किसकी आंख है?
What, sir?
किसकी आंख है वो?
Oh,
Evil eye.
no, sir.
Sharingan.
It's an anime called Naruto. That character's eye. Sharingan called.
Wow. I'm out of touch. Is this how you spell it? Naruto?
Yes. Naruto.
देखना पड़ेगा.
नारुतो उजुमाकी.
ये कोई जापानीज कैरेक्टर लगता है मेरे को.
Anime हो sir.
सर लॉकअप के बाद नारुतो देख लेना सर.
भैया आप लोगों का बचपना गया नहीं. कोई नारुतो तो कोई टॉम एंड जेरी. So let's run this. See the output. E-name has a heading of BMP name. Sal has a heading of salary. Annual has a heading of annual for Sal multiplied by 12. पूरा पोगो चैनल लग रहा है. छोटा भीम बाकी है बस. One thing I want to point here. If I want to do HRA calculation, HRA is 40% annual. But I cannot say annual into 0.4. Am I clear? You'll have to type the complete expression. DA is annual 20%. But I can't take 0.2 into annual. You'll have to type the complete expression. Even for net earnings. What is the net earnings? Annual plus HRA plus DA. Even for net earnings, we'll have to type the complete expression. I hope we are clear. Alias is only for display. You cannot use alias in an expression. you will have to type the complete formula. Done writing? For that matter, when you type your select statement, if you try to say where annual is less than 3 lakhs, you'll get an error. It won't allow. You cannot use alias in the where clause. You cannot use alias in the where clause. Why? Look here. The where clause is used for searching. Searching takes place in server hard disk. At the time of searching inside the table, annual doesn't exist. Annual is generated afterwards. After the rows are brought into the RAM. At the time of searching in the database, annual does not exist. It won't allow. You cannot use alias in the where clause. I hope that's understood. See some more stuff. Select job from EMP. I'll explain this. Select job from EMP. Nothing new out here. I'm selecting job from EMP. I have 14 rows in the table. Observe, I have a few managers. I have a few salesmen. I have a few clerks. If you want to suppress the duplicates, I can select distinct of job. Select distinct of job will suppress the duplicates. It will suppress the duplicate values. I'll get to see one occurrence of each. Select distinct of job. Will show me one of each. It will show me one of each. If I execute this, distinct of job shows me one of each. Compare this with select job from EM. Here I'm taking distinct of job. Similarly, I can select distinct of city. We have 250 students here. We have students from different cities here. But there must be duplicates. No? So if I want the list of cities, I'll select distinct of city. And I will get list of cities that students are belonging to. Question is, how does distinct work internally? How does distinct work internally? If I select distinct of job, what happens? Go to server hard disk, search for EMP table. Inside the EMP table, it's going to search for the job column. Bring this job column into the server and it will put all the jobs into an array. Of course, this will be a one-dimension array. After this, what happens? It will go inside a for loop. It will check the next job and previous job based on ASCII value. It will suppress the duplicates. If you had to write a program to do this, if I ask you, write a program to suppress the duplicate jobs, your logic will be similar. You will create an array. You will create a one-dimension array. You will store all the jobs inside this array. Then you'll go inside a for loop. And that's how you suppress the duplicates. That's pretty much how MySQL works internally. But one key step here, you tell me what am I missing? After getting the jobs into the RAM, after putting the jobs into an array, before it goes inside a for loop, what will MySQL do next? Anyone? You understood my question? How does distinct work internally? After getting the jobs into the RAM, after putting the jobs into an array, before it goes inside a for loop, what will MySQL do next?
डुप्लीकेट
एक ही बात कर रहा हूं मैं.
डुप्लीकेट सर्च करेगा.
डुप्लीकेट सर्च करेगा, सप्रेस करेगा, लेकिन कैसे? How to make it more efficient? It will go inside a for loop. It will check the ASCII value, compare the next job, compare the next job. But what do you think is happening next?
Is it storing it in another array?
Storing in another array. Okay. But you're still missing one more thing. Sorting. Very good, Tejas. Sorting will take place internally. So after getting all the jobs into the RAM, after putting all the jobs into an array, sorting will be done job-wise. It will put all the jobs in alphabetical order. Then it will go inside a for loop. Compare the next and previous job. You will agree it makes it that much easier for MySQL to suppress the duplicates. Please remember that whenever you use distinct, sorting takes place internally. Where in the server RAM, sorting takes place internally. Good, Tejas. Sorting will take place internally. That's a key step out here. Sorting takes place internally. Noted? Sorting takes place internally. That doesn't mean output will come in ascending order of job. This is how it works internally. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't mean output will come in ascending order of job. Will it be in ascending order? Will it be in descending order? I don't know. That's the source code of MySQL. But this much they have told us, that sorting takes place internally. Which method of sorting does MySQL use? Does it use a bubble sort? Does it use some other method for sorting? We don't know. That's the source code of MySQL. But this much they have told us, that sorting takes place internally. Why have they told us this? It's because sorting is one operation that always slows down your select statement. If you have a large number of rows in EMP, suppose you have 14 crore rows in EMP, that many rows, that much data has to be sorted, it will be slow. Please remember, sorting is one operation that slows down the working of select statement. लेकिन क्या करे? There's no other method to suppress the duplicates. This is still the most efficient method of suppressing the duplicates. If you have large number of rows in the table, if your select statement is slow, well, get a powerful server, upgrade your server, upgrade the CPU, increase the RAM. Make it double core, quad core, octa core, hexa core. If you have 14 crore rows, I don't think you're going to have a problem. You can upgrade the server, spend a few lakhs and upgrade the server. So that's distinct. So here I've taken distinct of job. What will be the output if I take distinct of job, comma, in? Anyone?
It will perform operation on
Like
both
an
job and EMP.
It will perform
Operation on both.
individually or combined?
Individually.
Individually.
Combined. It will combine both columns as one and suppress the duplicates. In this situation, nothing is going to be suppressed. That is precisely what I wanted to point out, students. See the screen. When I take distinct of job, init, output will be all 14 rows. Even though we are having three managers, the name is different. If we have two managers with the same name, then one row will be suppressed. Even though I have four salesmen, the names are different. If we have two salesmen with the same name, then one row will be suppressed. Am I clear? That's how distinct works. It will operate on combination of all columns that are present in select statement. That's how distinct works. Distinct will operate on all columns combined together. As one. That's how distinct works. We cannot change it. Even if you try to use brackets or something here, students, maybe we might have someone here who will take distinct job in brackets. It won't allow. It will work on combination of job and init. In fact, if you try this out, you'll get an error. It won't allow. That's how distinct works.
So,
Yes.
will position of distinct create any difference? Like after
Distinct
job?
has to be the first expression after select.
Okay.
If you try to select ename comma distinct of job, you know what will happen? Error. It won't allow. So that's how distinct works. So, students, the last command for the moment is exit. Please use exit command. When you exit from MySQL and Oracle, please use exit command. I see a lot of students, you know what they do? Instead of using exit command, can you see this close button here? They click on this close button. I see lots of students, you know what they do? Alt F4. You know Alt F4? Please don't use Alt F4 here, because if you do, your data will not be saved. And whatever work you have done will be cancelled. Please use exit command. It will save and exit. It will commit and exit. Otherwise, what will happen is you will practice to write tomorrow morning. And then if you exit improperly, your data will not be saved. And you'll have to re-enter everything. Cool.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, why you have written that distinct job in bracket?
No, I have not written that. I said distinct will operate on all the columns that are present in select statement. I cannot restrict that distinct should work on only one column and not the other. You cannot change it. If you try to change it, if you try to put distinct or job in brackets, it won't allow, it gives an error. Distinct will always operate on all the columns combined together as one. Does that answer you?
Sir, means at a time only one distinct is allowed.
Yes, only one distinct is allowed. And it will work on all the columns which are present in select state. No problem. So let's have a recap here. What have we done since yesterday? We discussed the origin of the word computer, Latin word computare, which means to compute or to calculate. We discussed what is meant by data, what is meant as information, what is meant by processing. We saw what is meant by input. We saw what is meant by output. Yes. Then
Yes, sir.
we talked about what is meant by database, what is meant by DBMS. We saw the ANSI definition of DBMS. I told you about the various DBMSs available currently in the market. The most popular being Excel, which almost everybody out here knows. Then we did comparison of DBMS versus RDBMS. Then I told you about the various RDBMSs that are available. Oracle being the most popular in commercial, and MySQL being the most popular in open source. And we talked about the various software development tools from MySQL. We saw SQL, then there is Workbench, then there is command line client, blah, blah, blah. Then I started with SQL in detail. We discussed the various data types yesterday and today. We studied the create table command, insert statement, concept of null value, inserting multiple rows using a single insert statement. And just now we did select statement. We saw how to do select star. We saw how to select the individual columns. We discussed the where clause, logical operators, relational operators, arithmetic operators. Relational first, then logical, then arithmetic. Then I showed you what is meant by computed column. how to specify alias for it. And just now we saw the meaning of the keyword distinct and how to use exit command. This is what we have done so far in the last nine and a half hours. Any questions on any of this? Anyone? Any questions? Nayan, any question?
No, no, sir.
So then, since nobody has a question, let me ask a question. You have any question?
Sir,
हाँ बोलो.
sir, query and command are same or different?
Query and command is same thing, but yes, query, we speak specifically about select command. Don't refer to insert as query. Only select statement or select command is known as query. No problem. So yesterday, I had asked one student to study and explain what is meant by MySQL connectors. Can you explain, please, with the camera on? Quickly.
Sir, actually, MySQL connector is a driver for connecting to a MySQL database server through the open
Anirudh,
database.
your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking. Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, that's better. That's better.
The MySQL connector is a driver for connecting to a MySQL database server through the open database connectivity. Application program interface, which is the standard means of connectivity to any database.
That's correct. Well done. So the purpose of MySQL connectors is used for connecting other front-end softwares with MySQL database. See, MySQL is a backend. It is RDBMS, it is backend. Your Java.NET is front-end. So here we have the drivers for connectivity. Drivers for database connectivity. You may be aware that if you want to connect to database, you require the drivers for database connectivity. And the primary drivers we have is JDBC, that is Java database connectivity, to connect Java language with MySQL database. We also have ODBC, which stands for Open Database Connectivity. This is used if you want to connect .NET with MySQL database. And yes, there are drivers available for Python, for C, and C++. Am I clear? What is the purpose of MySQL connectors? This is not a part of database module. This is something that you're going to study later when you do your advanced Java programming, or when you do your .NET programming, or when you do your web programming. You'll be connecting to the MySQL database from there. Next, we have a product, MySQL for Excel. Who was supposed to explain this to us? Please switch on your camera. What is MySQL for Excel? Vaibhav, was it you?
No, sir, you told me to explain MySQL notifiers.
Okay, so who was it that I asked to explain this? Jaldi, jaldi, time nahi hai. Is he here now? I guess that student is not connected with us right now. So I'll tell you in that case, the purpose of this product is to import, export, and edit MySQL data using Microsoft Excel. Because as I explained yesterday, more than 50% of work is done using Excel. And Excel as a software, as a product, has lots of cool features. For example, if you want to make bar graphs, XY graphs, pie charts, Excel is a great software for that. If I open Excel, can you see charts option here? So if I want to insert a column or bar chart, I can have 2D column. So what you may want to do is, you create a table in MySQL, you insert the rows in MySQL, then you export the MySQL data into Excel, and then you create, maybe you take a printout, maybe you do some formatting, maybe you set the font, maybe you set the color, maybe you want to edit that data, make a pie chart, XY graph, bar graph, etc. That is the purpose of this product. So now you can explain us about the MySQL notifier. Vaibhav?
Yes, sir. Sir, MySQL notifier is used for the notification purposes. MySQL notifier enable developer and database administrators to easily monitor, start and stop all their MySQL database instances.
That's correct. You know, since everyone is familiar with Windows out here, when you switch on your PC, we say that Windows is starting up. And we don't just power off the PC, right? We actually go and say shut down, right? And we shut down the laptop. So just like you start up and shut down Windows, like that your MySQL database also, we need to start up and shut down the database. So for starting up and shutting down the MySQL database, I'm going to use this product. Am I clear? Why would you want to shut down the database? So many reasons. If I don't plan to connect to MySQL database, I might as well shut it down. No? Why to have it running in the background unnecessarily? It will slow down my PC unnecessarily. Or suppose I want to do some maintenance work on my computer, I'll shut down the database. No? So if you see my taskbar below, students, can you see my taskbar below?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You will
Yes,
see
sir.
one option here. I know it's a bit small, but I cannot do anything about that. Can you see this dolphin symbol here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this small little icon here, this small little button out here is the MySQL notifier. If I click on this, it says localhost, that is my computer, it's currently online. MySQL is currently running. So if I don't plan to connect to the database, I can always shut down the database, or I may want to restart the database, and so on. So I can stop it since I don't plan to connect to MySQL for the moment, and it will stop the database. So that's the purpose of this product. This is normally the administrator's job. DBA, database administrator. This is normally the DBA's job. Because okay, right now you are sitting at home, but I told you in CDAC Kharghar, your database server is in a separate room. It's on the first floor. In companies, your server is kept under lock and key. There is security. Only the administrator can work on that computer. Then we have MySQL Enterprise Backup. So who's going to tell us about Enterprise Backup? Yes. Whom did I assign the task yesterday? Students, what is this here? Was it you, Rahul?
No, sir, it's a Java enterprise inscriptions.
Okay, so whom did I tell Enterprise Backup? रुको अभी ठीक करता हूँ सबको. See here. This is your database. This is the server. Database server. Your table is here. So maybe you have EMP table with 10,000 rows. And maybe you have department table with 20 rows. Now, if you want to take a backup, if you want to take a backup, if you want to take a backup, you will have to use this product. You see, when I ask you to back up your table, table is not a file, no? Every row is a file. If I ask you to back up all your documents, how will you back up your documents, or how will you back up your pictures? To back up your documents, to back up your pictures, you will simply get a pen drive or something, or maybe you'll get an external hard drive and you will copy the files. That's how you copy your files. But table is not a file. Every row is a file. So if you want to take a backup of your two tables, you will have to use EXP. EXP is short form for export. And with the help of this product, you will back up your tables. And what this export utility does is, it gives me a file. It gives me a file. For the sake of simplicity, let me call it backup.dmp. It's a dump file. It's a dump file. It's an encrypted file. It's not a text file, it's an encrypted file. It's a compressed file. You know, just like you do WinZip and you compress it, it's a compressed file. And this is the backup of your two tables. And once you have generated this file, once you generate this file, now you can get a pen drive and you can copy this file. Or now you get an external hard drive and you copy this file. This process is known as taking a backup. So the purpose of this product, it is used to take backups of table data. It's not so simple that you get a pen drive and copy the file. This product has to be used. And it's also used to restore from the backups. It's also used to restore from the backups. You must have a backup of all your tables, students. You must have a backup of all your tables. Why? For disaster management, isn't it? Just like you back up all your important files, all your pictures, all your videos, you need to back up your tables also, no? Because ultimately, your database server is a computer. If there is a hardware failure, if this needs to be repaired, if this computer has crashed, there could be a natural disaster, there could be a fire in the server room. That doesn't mean you've lost all your data. You must take a backup of all your tables on a regular basis. In most companies, they take a backup on weekly basis. But in the case of a banking application, they take a backup on a daily basis. So that even if there is a problem and all the data is gone, not to worry, kal tak ka data hai na, aaj ka data we'll have to re-enter it. Again, this is normally the administrator's job. It's not your job and my job. There are people who specialize in this. Your database requires an administrator. I will have multiple administrators. They are going to work in shifts because my database, it has to be available 24 hours a day. They'll be working in shifts. What is the point of this backup? The point of this backup is, suppose you accidentally top the table. Not that anyone would be foolish enough to accidentally drop the table. But in case you do, not to worry, you have this backup, no? So now what will you do? Opposite of export, there is one product called import. IMP for short form. There's a product called import. And with the help of this product, I'm going to restore my tables with all the rows. That is 10,000 rows of EMP. And I'm going to restore my department table with, I think, 20 rows of department. So I'm going to use export and import. These two will go hand in hand. It's not just taking a backup and restoring from the backup. Consider another situation. This is your database server. I'll assume this is in CDAC Kharghar. But you are working from home. I'll assume that this is your computer at home. You have installed MySQL at home. I'll assume that this is your home database. Now, whatever tables you have created in Kharghar, suppose you want the same tables at home. You don't have to waste your time in creating the tables again. You got the backup, no? You've got the backup. So what are you going to do? You're going to run the import utility. And you're going to get those tables transported into your home database. Or the other way around. Right now, everybody is working from home. But let us say at the end of your CDAC course, maybe you visit Mumbai, you come to CDAC Juhu, you come to CDAC Kharghar. Now, whatever tables you create at home over the next couple of months, if you want those tables in CDAC Kharghar on CDAC Juhu, what will you do? You will export the tables at home using this export utility. You will generate this backup.tmp file. And once you visit your CDAC Kharghar or Juhu, you're going to use import utility and import your tables in that database. So the purpose of this product, it's also used to transport the tables from one MySQL database into another MySQL database. It's used to transport the tables. It's used to transport the tables from one MySQL database into another MySQL database. That's the purpose of this product. Then we have MySQL Enterprise, high availability. Who's going to explain us the purpose of this product?
Sir, I'm Rahul Shinde. Okay.
Yes, Rahul.
I'm audible, sir?
Clearly.
Okay. About MySQL Enterprise encryption, when you send the data from a source to destination or vice versa. So,
encryption nahi, high availability.
Okay. High availability means I don't know about, but the highly availability is if you give me permission, so I can guess in there.
Of course.
There is a low traffic, so data can't easily available to the destination. So in that case, we use a highly available data with the high speed net. So
No.
sorry. Okay.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Whom did I assign this?
Yes, sir. Shubham Patil.
Shubham, please switch on your camera here. I can't see.
Sir, I switch on.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I have searched on that Oracle, but MySQL InnoDB cluster delivers an integrated native HA solution for your database. MySQL cluster consists of MySQL servers with the group replications and MySQL router, MySQL shell, integrated and easy to use. MySQL servers using replication, elasticity, failure detection, fault tolerance, self-healing. For monitoring, it has other uses as a white paper forum and theme blogs. Yes, sir.
Rahul, did you understand what Shubham said?
No, sir, nothing.
Shubham, can you explain in simple words what you just said?
Sir, I also didn't understand that.
Okay. So let me help you out here. No problem. So what is the purpose of this particular product? High availability. The purpose of this product you have a screenshot.
Yes, sir, I got it on the internet.
Fine. Got you. But let me explain. You sent one more screenshot. No, only one. Let me explain this in simple terms. This is meant for, or it is used for replication.
Yes.
To replicate means to duplicate. Now let me tell you the secret of success on the internet. What is the secret of success on the internet? The secret of success on the internet.
Anything can available easily.
Data has to be available at all times. Data has to be available at all times. This is the world we live in. I cannot have a situation where my website is down. Agreed? I cannot have a situation where database is down. Data has to be available at all times. The problem is, if this is your database server, the problem is, this is ultimately a machine, no? It's a machine. And with machine, what happens? There could be a hardware failure. A machine needs repairs. A machine requires maintenance. A machine requires downtime. You need to shut it down, put it in the AC, let it cool down. Isn't it? I cannot have this running 24 hours a day for 365 days a year. Yeah. आपका जो मोबाइल है, if you use a mobile phone Wi-Fi for 1 hour, mobile phone गर्म हो जाता है. Yes or no? This is, imagine the whole world, millions of users are connecting to the database. ये भी गर्म हो जाएगा. It requires maintenance, it requires repairs, it requires downtime. Now, what did I say just now? I said that data has to be available at all times. I can't have a situation where my server is down. Because the moment my server is down, whatever may be the reason, the moment my server is down, two problems. Problem number one, I have a loss of business. 2 दिन के लिए सर्वर डाउन किया है तो 2 दिन का लॉस हो गया मेरा. More important than that, it's a loss of reputation. Agreed? If my website is down, if my website is not available, if my server, if my data is not available, it's a loss of reputation, right? So what do I do here? Whatever I have here in my database server, let me say this is my primary server. Whatever changes, whatever insert, update, delete, whatever I do here, this is my primary database server. For this server, I am going to maintain, what will I maintain? I'm going to maintain a secondary database server. क्या समझे? I'm going to maintain a secondary database server. So whatever insert, update, delete I do here, I'm going to replicate over here. This is what I call my secondary server. So that for some reason, if my primary server is down, for whatever reason, could be hardware failure, could be maintenance. For whatever reason, if my primary server is down, my secondary server, it can now work as my new primary server. Agreed?
Yes,
In fact, you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to maintain two secondary servers. I'm going to maintain two secondary servers. I'm going to maintain two secondary servers. So whatever changes I make in my primary server, I'm going to replicate that in both my secondary servers. So that for some reason, when my primary server goes offline, one of my secondary servers will be the new primary server. And when my original primary server becomes online again, it will now work as a secondary server. And like that, I'm going to share the load between these three servers. एक ही टोपी को 300 रुपए में घुमाने वाला. Did you understand what I said?
Yes, sir.
Data has to be available at all times. So what we need to do is we maintain the primary and secondary database servers. Now, rather than doing the things manually, this product is available from MySQL. It is completely automated. It takes care of everything. We can even schedule the time. On a weekly basis, this should come secondary, this becomes new primary, this becomes secondary, this becomes new primary. We can even schedule the things and automate the whole process. And now, Rahul, you can explain what is MySQL Enterprise encryption.
Sure, sir. Whenever we send the data from source to destination or vice versa, so there is your data will be in network for a long time. So it will be high chances to it will be hacked or it will misused by the malicious users. So MySQL data enterprise encryption used to provide a protection to which provide a protection to for your sensitive data for its whole life cycle. So there is a two concept that like encryption and decryption. So in encryption, the process which we converted into the your readable code into the unreadable code. So unauthorized party can read it. So and the decryption, which is the same opposite process of encryption. So it convert the encrypt data into the readable data. So authorized party can read it easily. So that process is called as encryption and decryption.
So used to encrypt and decrypt MySQL table data over the network. Is that fair to say? Encrypt and decrypt the data over the network. Cool. Then we have MySQL Enterprise Monitor.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So MySQL Monitor is for use for monitoring MySQL servers and their hosts. It notifies the issues and problems and advice to correct the problems. And
What kind of issues?
Some problems on servers.
What kind of problem?
I don't know, sir, definition in MySQL website. I don't understand that.
Okay, can you just repeat what you said?
MySQL Monitor is used for monitoring MySQL servers and their hosts. It notifies the issue and problem and advise how to correct it.
Well, the purpose of this product is for performance tuning. You see, performance is an important part of database. Agreed? If you go to google.com and search for something, you want output in seconds and milliseconds. Is it not? If Google takes 2 minutes to show you output of your search, you will change the search engine. So performance is an important aspect of database. So 24 hours a day, we have to do performance planning. We have to do the monitoring. And we have to do the tuning. That is the purpose of MySQL Enterprise Monitor. Writing a select statement is one thing, but I want to ensure that output comes in seconds, output comes in milliseconds. I'm going to use this product. Again, this is for administrator's job. Programmer doesn't get into all this. Programmer will write the program and go away. But there are experts who are available who will monitor the database 24 hours a day. They will work in shifts. And the last one we talked about was the query analyzer. Who's going to tell us about this product?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
MySQL Query Analyzer enables developers and DBAs to quickly improve the performance of their database and application by monitoring query performance. MySQL Query Analyzer is used for query tunings.
So one part of it, of tuning, is your performance of the server.
Yes.
Now we are coming down to individual select statement. So this is used for query tuning. How to make my select statement work faster? I'm going to do that with the help of this product. No problem. So then let's have a short viva. I have list of students here. Everybody please switch off your cameras. And can we have Devi Dinesh on the screen, please? Where is Devi Dinesh?
Yes, sir.
Can you switch on your camera, please?
I
Are you
have.
from Kharghar or Juhu?
I'm from Kharghar.
Devi Dinesh, I don't know why your name sounds familiar.
So you know the answer, right?
Okay. So it's a pleasure to meet you, Devi.
It's a pleasure is all mine, sir. I have heard a lot of things about you. Mahesh only has good things to speak about you.
So you are part of this group called Bit by Bit,
Yes, sir.
and you are the CL of that group. What does CL mean?
Communication leader.
Oh, so you are in helping your colleagues and your teammates to work on communication.
Yes, sir. As much as I can.
Okay. So Devi, I have a simple question for you. And other students are not going to answer on her behalf. Just one question, Devi.
Yes, sir. Tuple.
You sure?
Yes.
Is she correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, attribute.
No,
The
sir.
correct answer is attribute.
Attribute.
Thank you, Devi.
Thank you,
Let's meet Akash Patil from Kharghar. Akash, are you here? Where are you, Akash? I cannot see Akash anywhere. Is he present or absent? He's present, but he seems to be offline. Okay, so then 0 marks for Akash Patil. Let's move on to Akash Shinde. Akash, are you here? Akash Shinde.
Yes, sir.
Can you switch on your camera, please, Akash? Quickly, I don't have time.
Yes, sir. Please switch on, sir.
I'm searching for you. The rest of the students can switch off their cameras, please. Yes, Akash. So my question to you is this one.
Oracle, sir.
No, पढ़ के
So
नहीं
sorry,
आए
sir.
आप लोग.
Informix. Informix, sir.
Informix.
Informix is the fastest RDBMS. ठीक है. Who is this debug entity? Vaibhav Kumbhar. Vaibhav, can you come online, please? He's present, but he doesn't seem to be attending. Vaibhav Kumbhar, can you hear me? No. So 0 marks to Vaibhav.
Yes, sir.
आगे.
Sir, Vaibhav is here.
Okay, Vaibhav, next question for you.
Object level security, sir.
That's right. Object level security. Good.
Thank you, sir.
So you are a debug entity. और यहाँ पे कौन है डेवलपर? Who is Siddhant Devre? Siddhant, can you come online quickly?
Yes, sir.
Show me your pretty face. Where are you?
I have raised my hand, sir.
You raised your hand. Ah, there you are. Siddhant, question for you.
DML, sir.
DML. Very good. Next question is for Sakshi Sharma. She belongs to Code Warrior. Sakshi, where are you?
Yes, sir.
There you are. Sakshi Sharma. Okay. Sakshi, where are you from?
Sir, I'm from Khandwa, Madhya Pradesh.
Oh. And you're a Code Warrior. Chalo. Maybe later you can explain to me what is a Code Warrior.
Sir, we are ready to fight for any type of coding. Well, so we can face a difficulty and we are the warriors to crack the code.
Chalo. Good luck in that. So answer this question.
Sir, DML.
Grant and revoke is?
ECL.
ECL, Sakshi.
TCL, sir.
ऐसा कैसा warrior है Sakshi? Okay, next question is for ये कौन है? Binary brain. बाप रे. Binary brain means what? Brain is 1 and 0 only. Hello. Let us call Aditya Ninave. Aditya, are you here? Seems like you're the technical leader here.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, sir.
Can you raise your hand? Switch on your camera. Yeah, where are you? Aditya का भी थोड़ा.
आदित्य कैमरा ऑन करो.
Aditya, fast. Ninave.
So can I answer you in a minute?
Can I?
There are some guests.
Okay. No problem. Have your privacy, but answer the question, please, Aditya. Let us see binary, how your brains work. Which of the following is invalid table name?
Yes, sir. I am just switch my.
ABCD. Only Aditya, nobody else.
Yes, sir.
A, B, C or D?
Sir, D.
Okay, that's right. Let's move on. Techno Advait. Who's Ankit Chauhan? Ankit, are you here? नहीं है.
No, sir, he is absent.
So 0 marks to Ankit. Let me ask Ankit Chopade in that case. also from Techno Advait. Ankit Chopde, are you here?
Yes, sir.
There you are. Ankit, next question. Time up. Anyone wants to answer?
A.
Two-dimensional.
It is two-dimensional.
Structure, sir.
It is two-dimensional.
Yeah.
So 0 marks to Ankit. Let me call someone from Rising Coders. Do we have Ganesh Wagmare?
Yes, sir.
Are you Ganesh?
I have raised my hand.
Ah, there you are.
Truncate, sir. Sorry, roll back D. Sir, D.
Roll back. All right.
Yes.
And we have team debugger, Kunal Nehete.
Yes, sir.
Come, Kunal. Kunal, your question.
Which of the following is the type of SQL? DNL, C.
C, that's correct. And last question for today. Let's call someone from Flash Coders. Do we have Priya Mangrulkar here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Priya. Priya, where are you from?
I'm from Solapur, Maharashtra.
All right. Don't know, Priya.
No.
Anyone wants to answer?
Locks.
Locks. Locks, sir.
Answer is A, that is logs. Very good. So that ends the short Viva for today. And let us break for 15 minutes. And I will continue at 7:15 with some more stuff in MySQL. Please come back in 15 minutes. When you install MySQL, two users are automatically created. When you install MySQL, two users are automatically created. Firstly, we have the root user. And secondly, we have MySQL.sys user. I think you have given the password for root as CDAC. Root user has DBA privileges. DBA means database administrator. So root user has DBA privileges. And what are the functions of root user? You have to create the users. You assign the privileges. Take backups. Backups of table data. Then restore from the backups. And performance. Performance planning. Performance monitoring. And when required, tuning. These are the functions of root user. Unless you're absolutely sure of what you're doing, please don't log in as root user. I think yesterday, today, everybody was using root user. Henceforth, please stop using root user. Because if you're unsure of what you're doing, you may end up damaging the database. I would suggest you create your own user and work with that user. I'll show you how to create your own user. Secondly, we have sys user, mysql.sys. This is the most important user. This is above root also. Sys user is owner of database. If you create EMP table, Himanshu, if you create EMP table, you're the owner of EMP table. But sys user is owner of the whole database. Owner of database. Owner of database and owner of system tables. I'll explain what this means shortly. Just note down. Owner of system tables. And the jobs of sys user is nothing. Startup database, shut down database, and perform the recovery. These are the functions of sys user. Now, how to connect to MySQL database? We have two MySQL client softwares. We have the MySQL command line client and we have the MySQL workbench. Both are provided by MySQL. Which one to use is your decision, your choice. So everyone has installed MySQL and you've given CDAC as password for root user.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So let me show you how to connect to MySQL command line client. To connect to MySQL command line client, you open MySQL command line client. So on my computer, I will open MySQL command line client. It's asking me for password, black and white, huh? Character based. Here I need to enter the password for root user. We have given the password as CDAC. So I will type CDAC here and I'm connected. Welcome to the MySQL monitor. Type help for help. This will invoke the help. I get a short list and information of few basic MySQL commands. Hardly one line or one sentence of help is there for each command. If you want more detailed help, you'll have to refer to the documentation, which I had requested you all to download yesterday. I can say help contents. So suppose I want help on data types. Help data types. And I can see so many data types are there in MySQL. Now, I'm going to show you how to connect to MySQL Workbench. In case you don't already know. In fact, what I'm going to do right now is going to create a connection. Then I'm going to log in as root user. Then I'll show you how to create your own user. Please don't use root user. You may end up damaging the database. Unless you're an expert, don't do that. So to connect to MySQL Workbench, what you do is you open MySQL Workbench. Please note down everything, because if you get stuck somewhere, I will not be available during our lab session. So let me open MySQL Workbench. Can you see MySQL connections? Can you see the plus sign?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So MySQL connections. MySQL connections. What you do is you click on the plus sign to create a new connection. Click on the plus sign to create a new connection. We want to set up a connection for root user to begin with. So let me click on plus sign here. It's asking me to enter the connection name. Type a name for the connection. So what would be a connection name? connection name, I will type here connection for root user. I will specify this. Let me specify this as my connection name, connection for root user. Then it's asking me for connection method. So what is connection method? The connection method, this is a method to use to connect to the RDBMS. This depends upon your network protocol. You know what is meant by network communication protocol? If you go to CDAC Juhu, if you go to CDAC Kharghar, yes. So if you go to CDAC Juhu, if you go to CDAC Kharghar, they have a local Windows network. So for Windows network, it is TCP/IP. Even for Unix network and Linux network, it is TCP/IP. The whole internet is TCP/IP. So we have to choose standard TCP/IP. Transmission connection protocol. Sorry, transmission communication protocol, internet protocol. That's what it stands for. If you're working on a LAN network, it would be IPX. Or if you're using digital, it would be DECnet. But 99.999999% it's going to be TCP/IP only. Highly unlikely that your database administrator is going to change it. But when you start working, please check with your database administrator once. Please check with your network administrator once. In our case, we are all sitting at home. I assume everyone has a Windows computer. So for Windows, it is TCP/IP. Then I need to specify the host name. In the host name box, I have to type the database server name, or I need to give the database server IP address. I told you, if you go to CDAC Kharghar, the server name is CDAC_Kharghar. And I told you the IP address yesterday from whatever I could remember. 192.168.4.31. In our case, I prefer to use the computer name. It's very rare that we rename a computer, isn't it? Especially server. The IP address may fluctuate, it may change, but it's very rare that we rename the computer. In my case, I will give my computer name. Since I want to connect to the database which is there on my local computer, I can type localhost here. Either I give my computer name or I can type localhost. So at home, you can type localhost there. Then it's asking me for port. Here I have to enter the port number. This is the port number on the server. This is the port number on the server through which I want to establish a connection. This again is something that you need to check with your administrator. By default, it's 3306. It's highly unlikely that your administrator is going to change it. But when you start working, just check with your admin once. In the case of Oracle, the port number is 1521. In the case of MySQL, it is 3306. Now, it's asking me for the username, name of the user to connect with. For which user am I doing this? I'm doing this for root user. So username, I will type it as root. Moving on. It's asking me for password here. It shows me a push button store in Vault. So I can specify the password for root user over here. In case I don't, it will be requested later if I don't set it now. If security is a concern, don't specify the password. Each time you try to log in, it will ask you for password. But since we are working at home, most likely you're the only person using your computer. Anyway, you're at home, everybody is a trusted user. So I'll specify the password as CDAC. So for password option, there is a store in Vault push button. That gray thing is known as a push button. It's known as a push button. Just click on it and enter the password. So I'll click on it. If I don't set the password now, it will ask me later when I try to log in. So I'll give the password as CDAC. Click on OK. So the password is stored here. It says store in Vault. You know, Vault means a safe. In Hindi, bolte na tijori. The Vault is safe. Then it's asking me for default schema. The schema to use as a default schema. Leave blank to select it later. So which schema do you want to connect to by default? I will keep it as blank. Leave it as blank. In any case, I can change the schema later on. Leave it blank. And below, can you see one option here? Test connection, push button. Click on it. The test connection, push button. Click on it. Hopefully, I'm going to see a success message. Are you ready, students? Fingers crossed. Click on test connection. successfully made the MySQL connection. Click on OK and click on OK again. So there, see the screen. I have made a connection for root user. Now to log into MySQL database, click on the connection you just created. To log into MySQL database, you click on the connection you created. Now I want you to observe a couple of things here. When I click on this, I want you to observe Object Manager, Object Navigator on left-hand side. It's known as Object Navigator. So what happens when you log in? You will see an Object Navigator on left-hand side. I can increase the size of this. I can collapse it, I can expand it. I want you to see a menu at the top. This style of menu is known as pull down menu. And can you see this small set of buttons here? This is known as a horizontal toolbar. So you will see a pull down menu and horizontal toolbar above. Excuse me. It's known as a horizontal toolbar. I want you all to click everywhere once. Can you see server status? Click on it. Click on see users and privileges. Click on it. Go through it. You'll have to do what we call some R&D now. You'll have to explore the software. There's nothing to teach here. Explore the software. If you get stuck anywhere, press F1. Help is available. So click everywhere once. Look here in top right. This is the style. What style you want? What style do you prefer? You can try out all the options. Now, you will see one query window at the top. And can you see action output below? You will see action output window below.
Yes, sir. At the bottom.
So you will see query window at the top. You will see output window below. Don't get scared, huh? It's just a software. Click everywhere, once, twice, thrice, explore it. Go through all the options in the menu. It's only a software. You're not going to damage anything. Don't worry. Now, I want to show you some basic commands post logon. The first command is show databases. These are all MySQL commands. Huh? These are not SQL commands. SQL command is create table. This is all MySQL commands. In Oracle, the commands are slightly different. I'll get to see which all databases I have created. So where do I type my command? Over here. I hope you can see this. I cannot set the font here. To execute the command, you have to press Control and Enter. Control Enter to execute. So let me press Control Enter. See the screen. I can see so many databases. I can see information schema. I can see MySQL. I can see performance schema, Sakila, Sys. 6 databases are there. I didn't create any of these databases. This is a brand new installation. Some of them are system databases created by MySQL, and some of them are demo databases. Now, to connect to a database, the command is use database name. So to connect to the MySQL database, I'm going to say use MySQL. Keep writing use MySQL. So here when I say use MySQL, it connects to the MySQL database. Now, if you want to see a list of users, I can always say select star from user. I'll get to see a list of usernames. Check it out. I will say select star from user. Select star from user. I've not created any users as of now. So here when I say select star from user, in the output you can see 2 rows. You can see that root user is there and MySQL.sys user is there. So what is user? I'm saying select star from user now. What is user? User is a system table. How about that? This is a MySQL created system table. This is a MySQL created system table. And what does it contain? It stores all the usernames that you have created. It's a system table. It's a system table. The set of system tables is known as data dictionary. So if anyone asks you what is meant by data dictionary, they are referring to the system tables. Total of 63 system tables are there. In MySQL. They are storing complete information about the database. For example, which all databases have been created, which all users have been created, which user is having what permissions, which table has been created, what is the structure of the table. You don't have to remember anything. Complete information about the database is stored in system tables. As a programmer, as a database developer, you don't need to know all the 63 system tables. As a programmer, as a developer, you need to know maybe 7-8 system tables, which I will pointing out in the coming days. The remaining system tables, they are of interest to your administrator. It's known as data dictionary. It's also known as catalog. It's also known as database catalog. Set of system tables. It's also known as catalog. Done writing. Now, here's the plan. I'm going to show you how to create a new user. I'm going to show you how to grant permissions to that user. What we are going to do is going to create schema for that user. This schema for each user. Create 2-3 users at home. Create 2-3 users at home. And create a separate database for each user. So that tables of multiple users don't get mixed up in the same database. Am I clear? So the command to create a user is create user username identified by password. Create user username identified by password. And the command to create database is create database name. Or you can even say create schema. Create schema name. What is schema Schema is a synonym for database. Am I clear? Schema is a synonym for database. Synonym means same meaning. So you can use either of these two commands. So shall we create a user for Dishi? So create user, username. I will say create user Dishi. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Identified by. Identified by. What would be a good password for Dishi? Let me give password as welcome 123. Is that fair enough? Rahul, similarly, you will create your own user at home. Try not to forget your password. And don't complicate things. Don't put @ symbol, hash symbol. कुछ लोगों का आदत रहती है when they set the password, control F1. Don't do all the ninja stuff. Have a simple alphanumeric password. So here I'm creating a user by the name of Dishi. And her password is welcome 123. Now it's not so simple. When I create the user, I need to specify @ in single quotes. I'll explain what this means later. I need to specify @ in single quotes. And the password has to be in single quotes. Password is case sensitive. Username is not case sensitive. So I'll create user Dishi. Identified by password. See the screen. User is created. So now if I say select star from user, see the output. Can you see this user has been added? Now, I need to create a separate database for Dishi so that her tables don't get mixed up with tables of other users. So what would be a good database name for Dishi? Dishi, what would be a good database name for you? Where is Dishi from?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
Sir, I'm from Bhopal.
Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's create a database by the name of Bhopal. And let's make this database as the default database for Dishi. So whatever tables she creates, they will be stored inside the Bhopal database. Fair enough. So I can give the command create database Bhopal, or I can say create schema Bhopal. I can give either of the two commands because I told you schema is a synonym for database. So let me create the schema by the name of Bhopal. I hope you're writing, everyone. So once this schema has been created, now if I say show databases, see the screen. If I say show databases, can you see Bhopal database has been added? Great. So having done all this, next step, we have to grant the permissions. Because you know something, when I create a user, by default, that user has 0 permissions. In fact, this user can't even connect to the database because I've not granted her the connect permission. So I need to grant permissions to my Dishi user. And I need to grant Dishi user permissions on Bhopal database so that she can create tables and other stuff inside the Bhopal database. So if you want to grant the permissions, here's a couple of things you need to do. Excuse me. Click on server, menu at the top. Over there, you will see one option, users and privileges. You click on it. So let me show you. I'll click on server, menu at the top. Watch the screen. Can you see this option, users and privileges?
Yes.
I'll click on it.
Yes, sir.
I'll click on it. Now, what do we need to do? For the Dishi user, I need to grant her certain roles, schema, privileges, etc. So select the username that we created from the user account list on left-hand side. Please note down. Select the username you created from the user accounts list on left-hand side. So I click on this sheet. Now, can you see this menu here with certain options? Login, account limits. This is known as a tab menu. What is it known as? Tab. TAB tab. So which tab do we want to go to? Do we want to change the password? Do we want to expire the password? No. But I'm sure you realize what that means. If I expire password, it will force the user to change password after next login. So go to administrative roles tab. Or should I say click on administrative roles tab. You'll see excuse me. You can see some checkboxes here. And you can see some global privileges here. Now, what permissions do I want to grant Dishi? Do we want to make her process admin, user admin, security admin? Do we want to grant her create permission? Do we want to grant her drop permission? Do we want to grant her insert permission? I wanted to see something interesting here. These are known as checkboxes. If I make her the DBA, DBA means all permissions. Agreed? If I make her the DBA, that includes everything. See the screen, Himanshu. 1 minute. See here. Click on DBA and watch the fun. Did you see? Everything got selected. So click on DBA checkbox. Why do we want to make Dishi as DBA? So that she can try out all the commands, no? You're here to learn. You want to try out all the commands. Get comfortable with all the commands. So click on DBA checkbox. And then you click on apply. Can you see this push button here for apply? Click on apply, push button, done. So this is now a DBA. If you are in CDAC, Hargar or Juhu, you will not get all these permissions. Huh? But since you're sitting at home, you have the password for root, you can try out stuff on your own. So if you come to CDAC, Hargar, you will only have create table permission. Yeah. तो क्या होगा 250 students, each user will log in and each person will create 10 users. And next thing you know, we'll have 2,500 users in the database. So click on apply push button. One more thing needs to be done. And what is that? For each user, I want to grant her permissions on Bhopal database, Bhopal schema. So click on schema privileges tab. Click on schema privileges tab. I hope you're writing all the steps. That way you become independent. You won't need anyone's help later.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you click on schema privileges tab. Can you see this push button add entry? Click on it. So add entry push button. Can you please mute your mic, whoever it is? Add entry push button. Click on it. Let me click on it. New schema privilege definition. This window is popping up. Can you see these three buttons on the left-hand side? They are known as the radio buttons. This is known as the radio group, and this is known as radio buttons. So click on selected schema radio button. Click on it. For which schema do we want to give our user the permissions? For Bhopal database, no? This is known as a pop list. Known as a pop list. Why? Because when you click on it, it pops down. So click on the pop list and choose Bhopal. So I'll choose Bhopal. Click on OK, push button. And then what? Don't forget the purpose of this exercise. We want to grant Dishi user permissions on Bhopal database. As you can see here, for Bhopal schema, she's having no privileges. It says none here. So what would we like to do? We'd like to grant her select, insert, update, delete, create, alter, index, blah, blah, blah. एक काम करते हैं ना. Can you see select all? Grant her everything. Something interesting here. When I click on select all the checkboxes get checked except for one. So next step is select all push button. Click on it. Watch now. I will click on select all. Everything gets selected. Watch the screen. Everything gets selected except for grant option. I'll explain what this is later. Select grant option checkbox. Select it. Or make it checked. You know, checkbox can be checked or unchecked. The term we use, it could be checked or unchecked. So I'll make it checked. So let me make it checked and click on apply. And that's it, we are done. Click on apply push button. So let me recap what we have done. What have we done? I'll close this tab. We created Dishi user. We created Bhopal schema. We made her DBA. And we granted her all permissions in Bhopal schema. So what needs to be done now? I need to create a new connection for Dishi user, isn't it? And what I need to do is, just like we made the connection for root user, we'll create a new connection for this user. And you remember default schema, we had left it blank earlier. But this time, for this user, we'll make default schema as Bhopal. So that when she logs in, she's automatically connected to the Bhopal database. And whatever table she creates will be stored over there, will be saved over there. Either you specify Bhopal over there, or you can always log in first, and then you know how to connect to database by saying use Bhopal, use database name. That option will also work. So now what you need to do is you exit from MySQL workbench, then you open MySQL workbench, create a new connection for Dishi user. And for Dishi user, default schema would be Bhopal. So I believe you can do that on your own. So let me exit from workbench. This time I won't write any commands. I'll just open workbench. Create a new connection. Connection for Dishi user. That's my connection name. Host name. Give your computer name or IP address. Or easiest option is to type localhost here. Port number is constant. Username is Dishi. Password store and vault. What was the password for Dishi? Welcome 123. Default schema would be Bhopal. Test connection. Successfully made the connection. I'll click on OK. And my connection has been created. So as I said, please don't use root user. Create your own user and create your tables and try out stuff in your user. In fact, Rahul, Gopal, you guys should create multiple users. Create 2-3 users at home. Maybe if you want, you can try out a multi-user project. Why don't you make an online exam software? This is a thought. You know what tables will be needed for online exams? There'll be an exams table, there'll be a questions table, there'll be an answers table. There will be a users table for users to register. There will be a marks table. Vagare, vagare. Let me log in as Dishi user. Two important commands. If you want to see what tables you have created, the command is show tables. So over the next couple of weeks, you are going to create so many tables. But don't worry, you don't need to remember which tables you have created. Complete information is stored in system tables. Even the structure of table You don't have to remember it. Which columns are there? What is the data type? What is the weight? Even the structure of table. I don't have to remember it. I can always say DAC. DAC is short form for describe. It is short form for describe. Will show me the structure of EMP table. No problem. So, just for the sake of trying it out quickly, let me create EMP table. Let me create the same table I created in the afternoon. Employee number, rename, sal, city, and date of birth. Borobar. So let's create this table. Students. Table created. You can see this green tick below. Table created. And how to see structure of table? Describe EMP. DSC EMP. There you are. I can see the structure of EMP table. And like that, you create your own tables. You insert the rows. And you try out the various select statements. All happy? Himanshu, satisfied?
Yes, sir.
और कुछ सेवा मेरे लायक
No.
नहीं चलो. So please create your own user. Before I stop, I have some more assignments for you. I have created some PDFs. I'll show it to you. Can you see MySQL PDFs? I'm going to share this with you.
Yes, sir.
To CDAC. I don't want to share anything on the chat. Let us follow the procedure. I'll send it to CDAC. I'll send it to Shweta. I'll ask her. I'll request her to pass it on to you. Now, what are some of the PDFs I made? There's one PDF called Intro to MySQL. And there's another PDF on MySQL data types, in which I have explained the data types in slightly more detail. And the third one is on MySQL date and time, functions and formats. I told you the default date format is YYYYMMDD, but you may prefer to work in some other format. Total of 78 date formats are there in MySQL. You'll find all of them given over here. Let me show you these PDFs. Wasim, the problem is if I share it here, almost 25-30 students are absent. फिर बाद में फीडबैक जाता है और फिर बाद में मेरे नाम पे FIR निकलता है.
Sir, everyone will get it, sir. I will make sure.
So I had made a PPT, but in order to enable the sharing, I saved it as a PDF. If you look closely, you will see my name in the footer. It has been authored by yours truly.
Yes, sir.
Now, so go through it. Kitne slides? 10 slides are there. Check out the other one. It's on data types. I've explained in more detail char and varchar, text, binary, bare binary. Go through it. If there's anything you don't understand, don't ask me, Ashweta. I've given the range. I've given the range. Double kitna, float kitna. देख लीजिए आप लोग. And here I've given date and time functions, formats with examples. यहाँ पे लिंक भी है. Just one request, students. You can share these PDFs with your friends. I don't have a problem. But do not share it with students of other CDAC centers. Because I've created this for Kharghar and Juhu. And it would be unfair to Kharghar and Juhu if you share it with others. Share it with your friends. I don't have a problem in that. But not other CDAC centers. नहीं तो आज शाम को आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे और कल सुबह तक सनबीम पहुंच जाएंगे. नाम तो सुनना ही होगा. I also have some assignments for you. First, let me show you Oracle exercises and assignments. Be careful here. This has to be done in Oracle. Don't do this in MySQL. यहाँ पे गड़बड़ मत करना. Okay, Aditya. बोलने के लिए आदित्य है, बाद में ग्लोबल वेरिएबल बन जाते हैं. So let me open this. I'd like you to attempt assignment 1. And assignment 2 for tonight, for tomorrow morning. Let me show it to you. See the screen. Himanshu. It's given very clearly. Create table salespeople. I told you data types are slightly different in Oracle. We don't have any intent float nonsense. We have a number data type. Number of 4 means 4 digits.
सर डेसिमल वैल्यू के लिए भी
डेसिमल के लिए 3,2. समझ गए ना? So here when I say 3,2, 3 is the total number of digits, 2 reserved for decimal. And that's how you create float in Oracle. We don't have varchar, we have varchar 2 here. Varchar 2 काय के लिए, why not varchar? वो एक अलग story है. Forget all that. So create table salespeople, create table customers, create table orders. Even the data is given. Please enter the data exactly as it is specified. Please don't make up your own stuff. Himanshu, please don't enter name of salesman is Anirudh. Please enter exactly as it is given.
Okay, sir.
Anirudh, customers table. Please don't enter name of customer as Himanshu. Enter whatever is given here. Scroll down. There is an orders table also. Observe the order date. This is the date format in Oracle. Slightly different from MySQL. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. 2-3 दिन में you'll get used to it. मेरी भी आदत लग जाएगी. So that was assignment 1. Now here's what you need to do, students. Not only will you create the table and insert the rows, I want you to save your solutions in a text file. Let me show you assignment 2. Some theory questions are there. Which field of customers table is primary key? If you don't know primary key, I'll come to it later. If you know what is primary key, you may answer the question. Don't go to google.com. If you want to look it up, read the documentation. Dishi, write simple 2-3 line answer. I don't write a whole essay on what is primary key. Why isn't it possible to see the first 5 rows of a table? Good question. Think about it. This has to be done in Oracle. Now coming to MySQL. I'm going to give you plenty of stuff so that you will be occupied. MySQL exercises. Can you see SQL exercise 1 here?
Yes, sir.
You have to solve this. Let me show it to you. Better Bakapa, if you've not installed Oracle, then I don't know.